Hello everyone, welcome for the course Revit Architecture. If you are a beginner or experienced who wants to enhance your skills in the modeling area, so this Revit software is meant especially for you. So first we need to understand some basic information about this course. History of Revit. So in this slide, we shall see about the invention when the Revit was discovered and when it has been started. So Revit was basically developed by individuals that came from the company PTC. PTC stands for the Parametric Technology Corporation. This was actually a firm which started this Revit software in the year 1997, October 31st. Then again, it has been renamed to Charles River Software. Revit was developed especially with architecture in mind. Means the invention of this software was especially focusing only in the architecture area. And this software was developed by architects only for the architects. Then again, this software was renamed to Revit Technology Corporation in January 2000. So from the Parametric Technology Corporation, this has been renamed to Revit Technology Corporation in January 2000. Then again, later on, the Autodesk, the developers of the AutoCAD. AutoCAD is a software. Okay, they purchased the Masters plus Revit Technology Corporation for US dollars 133 million in 2002 approximately. Later on, the Autodesk has released several versions of Revit. Okay, they have given different versions since 2004. In 2005, they have started the Revit Architecture. So this software was especially focusing the civil structure people. In 2006, they have started the Revit MEP. Later on, this software, in 2006, has released a genuine version for the Revit Architecture only for the architects. So this is a simple information about the Revit. Then introduction to the Revit Architecture 2024. The latest version of software which is available in today's date is 2024. So first we will see about this software. So Autodesk Revit Architecture often refers to simply Revit. In the early years, like in the 2010, in the 2009, there were three softwares individually, one for the Revit Architecture, one for the Revit MEP, and one for the Revit Structure. But now, after 2012, they have given different versions. They have clubbed all the versions into one version, calling it as a simple Revit. In the early years, used to call it as Revit Architecture or Revit Structure or the Revit MEP. So this Revit Architecture now is being called as Revit only. So this is a building information modeling software which is developed by the Autodesk company. In this Revit Architecture software, you can able to work with the 3D model also. You can able to work with the 2D model also. Again, this building information modeling is actually a computer-aided design paradigm. Nothing but it's a type of application that will provide you all the 3D intelligent objects. That means every object, every component will have some amount of sense, which will provide you real physical components. Along with this, it will provide you a beautiful or aesthetic components, I can say, such as walls, doors, or any kind of furniture which is required in the floor plan. In addition, this Revit software, will contain information about the project at various stages in the building life cycle. Like when you're going to develop any model, so we are having some stages. Like first, what we are going to work from the tender area. Based upon this, we are going to make the base model. Then again, we are going for the shop drawing, or which can also be called as detail drawing. Then again, we are going to work with respect to the as-built drawing. So same like that, in the Revit also, we are having the option to provide the different layouts according to the requirements of the project. Later on, we can also provide, till the decommissioning stage also. Next, we will understand about the BIM. So BIM stands for the Building Information Modeling. So people will have a myth that Revit is actually a BIM. It's false. Revit is not BIM. Revit is built for BIM. to implement the technology or a process of BIM, we are going to use a software or a platform called as Revit. So what is BIM? BIM is not an application. It is a process. It is a methodology to work for any kind of projects. So this BIM will provide you the model which is used for the planning area, designing area, construction or the management of the building or any kind of infrastructure projects. By using the BIM technology, you can work with any type of project. It can be any kind of residential villa, it can be any kind of commercial mall, it can be any kind of hospital, or it can be any type of building. By using the BIM technology, we can able to develop the model in a faster way, more economically with less environmental impact. Because nowadays we have to provide and we have to take many precautionary measures to save the environment also. So all those benefits we can able to enjoy by using the BIM process. Then again, this BIM models, whenever you talk about any kind of BIM model, it will be having a kind of intelligence. So whenever you're going to update any specific part of the project, automatically it will update all other levels or all other services, I can say, so that it won't take any kind of task or it won't take any kind of time to upgrade other models. So BIM will also give you many opportunities, okay, which will provide you many solutions also before constructing anything on the site. Project managers or project engineers can understand or review the design more easily. As we can see, as we are from the modeling side or from the drafting side or the designing side, so our model will be reviewed by the project manager or a project engineer. So it will be very easy for them to review or to provide any kind of markup which is required. So with the help of this process, it will guarantee the accuracy, the high precision, the completeness, and will visualize and evaluate alternatives in terms of cost and other project parameters. So this is a small introduction regarding the BIM. First, we will see what are the benefits we have when we are going to use the Revit software. The first benefit, what I can say is, we can able to work with plan, we can able to work with elevation or a perspective view or a bird view. So all these kinds of views are possible in the Revit. So first, what is meant by plan? Whichever object which you are going to see from top is called as a plan. Okay, especially we always call it as a floor plan. What is meant by elevation? Viewing an object from the front is called as elevation. What is meant by perspective view? Any model which we are going to view from 45 degrees of angle where we can able to see two sides. That is called as a perspective view. Again, we have the bird view, or some people will also call it as aerial view. That means if you want to look after the complete venture, in that case, we are going to go with the bird view. Next, the benefit what we have is a thing, but sections are very flexible in the Revit. So what is meant by section? Cutting an object and viewing from inside is called as section. So this section will help you, okay, to minimize the time. Whenever you're going to work with any other software, okay, so it takes much amount of time to develop the section model because we have to brief out all the levels, all the materials, okay, so it is nothing but time consuming, I can say. When you talk about the Revit software, just you need to provide a mark, the section line, then automatically it will provide you the complete section in one fraction of a second. So this is the big advantage what we have in the Revit software. Next, presentation drawing is possible in the Revit. So sometimes when you're going to work with tendering stage or when you're going to present the model, so we have to provide in a very aesthetic way. So that is also possible in the Revit software. As you can see in this floor plan, this is a duplex villa where you can see by looking at the plan itself, we can able to understand where is a living room, where is a dining area, where is a bedroom, where is the kitchen area or the pantry area. In the same case, you can see for the top floor also, we have got a sit out in the parking area, everything we can able to brief out. So in the Revit, we have the option to provide a presentation drawing also, which will help you to provide a plus mark and it will give you an opportunity to get this project. So presentation drawing is possible in the Revit. Next, you can see the material effect is also possible in the Revit. As you can see, for any model, it can be a plan, it can be a section, it can be elevation or any kind of view. We can able to provide the material. As you can see in this elevation, we have got different materials which are being used. Like you can see here, we got a glass, we got a mirror, here we got an iron gate, we have got some texture effect, we have got a grass. Okay, so different materials we have used. So all those materials we can able to provide. Other than this, also we can also provide. So these are the few things which I'm exploring right now. But when you're going to work with any Revit model, it's a vast area, so we can able to provide any kind of material as per the requirements of the project. So material effect is possible in the Revit. The next you can see the conceptual design is possible in the Revit. This is the major scope of the Revit, I can say. What is meant by conceptual design? Conceptual design means actually which we cannot even imagine those kind of models we can able to develop in the Revit. As you can see here, we have got some 6 different models. So these 6 different models, okay, are being developed by using the Revit software, by using a BIM process. As you can see here, the front elevation is having some different shape. Back side of the elevation, I think, but the rear elevation is having some different view. Again, you can see the base is having some different angle. The top floor is having some different angle. So these kind of models, which are irregular in shape, which we cannot even imagine. So these kind of models we can able to develop in the Revit software. So in short, I can say that conceptual designing is possible in the Revit, and it's very friendly to develop the Revit, to develop the conceptual design in the Revit environment. The next benefit what we have is area analysis, and we can able to provide the material takeoff also. So we have got different types of area. Like we got carpet area, we got rentable area, we have got the complete area, okay, which can be called as total area, or the common area, or the built-up area. So different types of areas we can able to provide in the Revit software with some color legends also. In the same case, we can able to provide the material takeoff also, like how many doors we are using in the floor or the windows, the materials like bricks, everything we can able to explore in the Revit software. So these things to provide, okay, it will take, I can say, as fraction of second. Just we need to provide the plan in a proper way. That's it. Again, the structure is possible in the Revit. So you can provide some structural models also, like we have got some columns, we have got some footings, we have got a slab. Okay, so these kind of things we can also provide in the Revit architecture platform. Basically, this structure is a scope of a structure department, Revit structure, but as a Revit architecture, you can able to provide some blocks for the columns, beams, slabs, footings also. So these kind of models also you can develop in the Revit architecture. Next, walkthrough is possible in the Revit. So if you want to provide any kind of animated video, which is especially you're going to focus when you're going to work with large projects, like if you're going to work with any kind of farmhouse areas, or when you're going to work with any kind of picnic spots, any kind of parks, so there we cannot provide a plan. We need to provide the walkthrough, by which we can able to understand the complete design of the model. Or even if you're going to work with big projects like shopping mall or any kind of commercial multi-specialty hospitals, so there also we need to provide the walkthroughs. So these kind of things also we can able to develop in the Revit software. Again, the landscaping is possible in the Revit. As I told, we are going to provide the presentation drawing also. So here is what we have got, the landscaping. So along with your building model, we can also provide the landscaping, like different trees, bushes, parking area, garden area, or any kind of contours as per the requirements of the project or the property line we can able to provide. So landscaping comes with respect to the site layout. So in the site layout, we are going to develop all these things. We can able to provide the asphalt path, the roads, everything we can able to provide in the Revit. The next what we have got is the presentation in terms of daytime, in terms of nighttime, how the building will look you when you're going to work with the day model, when you're going to work with the night model. So these kind of effects also you can able to develop in the Revit software. As you can see in this elevation, this is the day presentation. In the other picture, you can see we have got the night presentation. So you can able to impress your client with respect to the day and night effects. So here you can able to blow up your material. You can able to provide some effects. So these concepts are also possible in the Revit. Next, the working drawing is possible in the Revit. So many of them will have a confusion that Revit is only a presentation software. It's false. Revit is actually offering you a working drawing in very minimum amount of time. So you can able to draw your plan, you can able to provide your sections with all levels, detailing, everything you can able to provide. That means I can say when you're going to work with any project, so whatever the stages of products you have, as I said that we have got tendering stage, we have got the base design stage, we have got the top drawing stage, we have got the as-built stage. So any kind of layout you can able to develop in the Revit model. Okay, so it's very easy to work with the Revit software when compared to any drafting software. Again, the some other advantages I can say when you're going to work with Revit, like first thing is a thing about multi-talented. Every component will have some amount of sense, not only in the Revit architecture, even when you work with any other service also like mechanical, electrical, plumbing also, every object is having a kind of sense. So it's a multi-talented software. The next benefit is I think increased efficiency. Increased efficiency, this is with respect to time, this is with respect to material, okay, as well as the manpower. So many benefits we are having in terms of efficiency. Next, you can see waste minimization. So minimization in terms of manpower hours. This is the first thing I can say. Then again, minimization with respect to site renewable opportunities. That is also there over here. Sometimes what happens because of improper drawing, okay, we will not coordinate and we are going to execute some other way. So that can be minimized over here. Again, increased public confidence. So if you are going to develop a model in the Revit, I can say that, okay, the client will blindly approve your drawing without any kind of hesitation. So public confidence will increase when you're going to work with the Revit software rather than any drafting software. Again, increased employee opportunity. That means today, as you can see, there are many openings with job in terms of Revit. So Revit is a must and should software which you have to go when you are going to work with any construction area. Next, you can see the greater coordination and collaboration. So when you're going to work with any service, like I'm working with respect to architect. So as an architect, okay, I'll be proposing a model. So later on, I have to coordinate with other services like mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and firefighting, structure people. So I have to make an interface check with all these departments. So these kind of coordination will take a time when you're going to work with any software or when you're going to work with the manual drafting. But here in the Revit, automatically it will provide you the warning message if it is not going to coordinate. So that we can rectify. So this is the big benefit what we have in the Revit software. And again, greater error detection and risk mitigation. As I said, if there is any kind of coordination error, by default, it will provide you the warning message so that the risk analysis can be decreased to the larger extent. Again, increased on site renewable opportunities. As I said, we can able to provide different plans. Like I'm going to work with any project. So to impress my client, I can provide some different models because it won't take much time to make a different model when compared to any other drafting software. So there are many renewable opportunities with respect to the site conditions. Again, the preview of the future on in 3D BIM modeling, as we are going to provide the BIM process over here. And the BIM process, along with this adopting, we can able to provide in terms of 3D view over here. So this is a very big advantage what we have because we have got many softwares which are providing the 3D view. But in those softwares, we cannot provide the BIM process. So this is a big opportunity what we have in the Revit. So now we are going to see about the course syllabus. So in the complete course, we are having 10 chapters. Along with this, we have got some exercise files. So there are few exercise files in terms of imperial system, in terms of metric system, like working with meters, centimeters, and millimeters. So we have got 10 chapters, as I said. So in the first chapter, we should discuss some basic information like introduction to the Revit. Then again, we are having the Revit file types. We are having different types of files in the Revit. Like we have got family, we have got template, we have got project files, so different file types are there. So that we are going to understand first, and again we are going to see the user interface. Means what are the options which are available on the screen. Those things we are going to cover in this. Again, how to start a project. When you're going to work with any Revit project, how to start and how to conclude. That is what we are going to see on chapter 1. So this is a basic chapter. So very important, because in this chapter we can able to understand the complete screen icons. And again, next chapter we have got the chapter 2, where we are going to see how to make the levels in the grid. Basically, we have got two things. One is level of the grid. Okay, so level we are going to provide especially for the elevation views, and grids we are going to provide in the plan. Provide or to mark any kind of objects. It can be a column or any kind of equipment. So we have to provide the grid. So those things we are going to see in the first chapter part. Chapter 2. Then again, construction of walls. We have got different types of wall. Like we have got basic wall, stack wall, curtain wall. So all those things we are going to see in this. Then again, construction of modeling tools. Okay, we are having some modeling tools. Okay, so that is what we are going to see over here with the help of properties. Then again, in the chapter 3, we have got the modify commands. So the modify commands are the same as how we doing the AutoCAD. Like we have got copy, move, rotate, align. So those things we are going to see in the modify area. Then again, placement of doors. Very important. How to place an object in the plan. It can be a door or it can be a window. So these things we are going to discuss in the chapter 3. And again, talking about chapter 4. So in the chapter 4, we are going to see how to make a floor. Basically, we have got different types of floor. So out of that, we are going to see few. So how to make a floor, how to sketch a plan in the floor. So those things we are going to discuss. Then again, how to make the roof or the ceiling. That is the false ceiling, I can say. Okay, reflected ceiling plan. What we say. Or some people will also call it as the false floor also, which we're going to make above the floor. Those things we are going to see in the chapter 4. Then again, placement of components. So earlier we have seen how to place the doors and windows, but here I'm going to see, I'm going to show you how to place the components like furnitures, any kind of furniture in the floor plan. And again, the chapter 5, where we have got the dimensions. So here we are going to discuss about the complete annotation set. So we have got different types of dimensions, like we have got the linear, aligned, angular, coordinate, everything we are having. So those things we are going to discuss. Then again, we have got the managing views. So we have got different views, like we have got elevation views, we have got sectional views. So those things I'm going to explain here along with some camera positions. Again, the chapter 6, okay, we have got the curtain wall. So earlier what we have discussed was a basic wall, but in this chapter I'm going to cover the curtain wall, okay, which we are going to provide, okay, as a partition wall, or which we are going to provide for the elevations also. Okay, which can also be called as claddings. Again, how to make the staircase. So staircase is very simple here to work with the Revit software. Again, placement of railing and the ramp. So for the staircase, we have to place the railing, even for the ramp also. Then again, massing. So massing is nothing but the conceptual design, as I said. So we have got different types of massing, like we have got the revolve, okay, like we have got the sweep. So we have got different massings. So those massings I'm going to explain here and I'm going to provide some models. Again, chapter 7, where we are going to work with text. So this is also comes under your annotation category and the tag also. Like we have got different tags for different components. Like door will have a tag D1, Windows will have a tag like W1. So different tags we have. So we have to make a library for the tag. So chapter 7, again we have got the keynotes. So where we are going to provide the complete detailed information in terms of installation, in terms of quantity. Again, the detailing also will be done. So this will be under your legends and notes. So chapter 8, where we are going to work with scheduling quantities. So we can able to take off the material with this chapter. Again, we have got the area analysis. As I said, we have got different areas. So we are going to give one about the other area. So chapter 9, we have got the print of the sheet settings. Okay, so where we are going to see about the title block, how to insert a plan or elevation or any kind of model in the sheet. So those things we are going to discuss, and how to work with the lights also. As I told you that we have got different effects like day effect, night effect. So during the night time, obviously to provide the lights. So it is what we are going to insert over here. Again, the material effect. So material effect we are going to provide to all the objects like wall, door, window, gate, anything. So those things are provided with the help of the material effect part. Again, the rendering. So we are going to work with rendering because we cannot expose the Revit model every time. So we have to make an image model that is done for the rendering. So we have got different settings over here, how to make the rendering for a certain angle. Those things we are going to discuss in the rendering. Again, the walkthrough, the last one, the animated video, what we are going to create. So generally, this can be done when you are going to work with any kind of big resorts or any kind of garden area or the commercial ones. The next chapter 10, where we are going to work with the link model. So as Revit is a software from the Autodesk, so we have got different other softwares also from the Autodesk. So we can export or we can link or we can import any software from one model to other model. So that is what we are going to see over here. And again, how to import or link the AutoCAD file. Even we can link other service drawing also of other project. So the same thing, how to export. So this is what we have in all the chapters. Along with all these chapters, we have got the exercises. So as I said, few plans we have in the imperial system and few plans we are having in the metric system. So all the exercises along with the chapters in the same book. So if you have any queries or any questions related to the course, you can visit our website, okay, www.smtnep.com, or you can message WhatsApp on the India code 0091 984 8699 So I hope everyone have enjoyed the session. Thank you. So before going to the session, let us go with a small introduction. In today's session, we shall go with the basic concepts of the Revit architecture. We will understand about different file types and again the user interface options. These three things, inshallah, we shall cover in today's session. Remember that soon after completion of the class, you have to go through the topics. If not, it will be very difficult for you to understand. At the starting, first and the second chapters are slight theoretical, where we are going to understand the basics, but revision is very important to understand. So first thing we will see what is meant by Revit architecture. So Revit architecture is actually a software which is developed by Autodesk company. Okay, Autodesk is a company which runs this software, Revit architecture. So this software is used by engineers, is used by craftsmen or any construction expert engineer. So these things will provide you the detailed information, taking the concepts with respect to the BIM. Okay, what is meant by BIM? Already about all these concepts I have given you in the orientation class as well as in the demo class. Okay, what is BIM? Okay, how we are going to work with BIM, all those. Anyhow, again, I'll be revising these things. So Revit architecture is having the ability to impact dynamic data. What is meant by dynamic data or what is meant by savvy models? Means this is an intelligent software where every object will have an intelligence. Like for example, if I'm going to work with any template, like I'm working with a Revit architectural template. So you are going to find different types of blocks, different types of objects. So every object, every block will have an intelligence and they will work in a very smart way. If I say that I have door, so we are going to provide the compositions of the door. We are going to specify different specifications like thickness, okay, the material, what we are going to use, all those things. So in short, we are going to call it as a savvy model, means it is an intelligent model. So this intelligent model, we are going to develop by implementing a concept called as BIM technology. So by using this BIM, we are going to elaborate a model in such a way which will be error-free. So how is Revit architecture used? When you're going to work with any construction drawing, how we are going to implement this Revit architecture. So when you talk about an architect or when you talk about a designer, a modeler or a draftsman, they are going to use softwares. We have got different softwares which we use, which we are habituated to use like AutoCAD, ZWCAD, or now we are going with the Revit architecture. So in today's era, we are going to see how this Revit architecture we are going to use and how this Revit architecture is beneficial when compared to the previous versions like your AutoCAD or ZWCAD. So this Autodesk Revit architecture is a software which will reduce the risk in terms of your planning, risk in terms of economical conditions, in terms of your financial conditions, in terms of your technology or the process, whatever you're using. So before constructing at the site, we are going to produce different models. We are going to plan according to the requirements of the client, according to the requirements of the consultant or the contractor. So with the help of this Revit architecture software, we are going to develop the higher quality designs, which will improve the project delivery on time. So Revit architecture can be used to quickly monitor the construction of a building. Like for example, I am going to develop a model. So we are bonded with a time restrictions. When you are going to work with big projects, we need to deliver first thing on time and it should be a error-free drawing. The coordination should be good. The interface should be very good. Okay, and the quality of drawing is the main important factor. Whenever we are going to work with any project, it can be from the architect point of view, civil point of view, or any kind of layout. The first thing is the quality. How you are going to develop a quality? Like when we used to work with AutoCAD, we have to maintain everything in a block. We have to maintain everything in a layer, right? So we have to provide some different line types, line weights, so that one who is going to review your drawing, okay, he should have very clear picture. Okay, that is what we are going to focus. So here also in the Revit, we are going to use different models, different libraries. So with the help of these libraries, what we are going to use, we are going to minimize the time. Okay, so that is what is mentioned over here. So any smart model which we are going to create with Revit architecture, okay, on a larger area is saved in single database record. Like when we work with any company, we are going to work with server. So same like here, Revit itself will have a server data, okay, where we are going to coordinate with all the different services. So finally, the Revit architecture needs to create precise building plans, like whatever the floor plan we are going to develop. That is going to be developed very precisely, very accurately by maintaining a decimal level of gain. Till 0.8 decimals, we are going to maintain the precision value. So which will reduce the time it takes to coordinate an outline. As a result, though, thoughts can be worked through more quickly and continuity can be maintained through activities. So these are the few benefits what we are getting when we are going to use the Revit software when compared to any Autodesk software. So what are the advantages we are going to get when we are going to use a Revit architecture model? First thing is that we want to create realistic visualizations. As I told you in the introduction class also, we are going to develop a 3D BIM model. We are going to develop a 3D BIM model. Use a Revit environment to create 2D architectural printouts. Like generally, whenever we used to work with any plan, okay, it was just a X and Y axis without any kind of Revit environment or without any kind of BIM environment. But this Revit environment is giving you aesthetical plans along with some BIM process. Accurately track cost and project completion. Okay, we are having one main concept over here, which will give you the cost estimation, okay, the bill of quantity and the bill of material. So that you can easily develop over here. Increase communication. Okay, communication or the coordination between the services is very easy over here. Build to last means from the scratch to the last you can able to develop. Integrate multidiscipline management. Okay, we are having different disciplines in the construction industry. Okay, we are having electrical, mechanical, plumbing, firefighting, fire alarm, low current system, extra low voltage area, different disciplines we have. So all those things we can coordinate over here. Create a multi-platform drafting system. Okay, with respect to one screen, we can able to open multiple levels, multiple views over here. Accurately model from existing structures. Sometimes what happens, different peoples are using different coordinates and different make models. But here, when you're going to bring everything, you can able to work on one specific frame. So first thing, before going to work with the Revit, we have to install the Revit software. So these are the few recommendations which I am going to provide you at my personal level as well as from the Autodesk website also. That this minimum configuration you should require to install the Revit software. The first thing, operating system. It can be 64 or it can be 86. It depends upon you. Windows 10 or Windows 11, not less than this. Okay, you cannot go with any other service pack like XP or any other Vista. It is always advised to go with Windows 10 minimum or Windows 7. It's up to you. Browser is required over here because we are going to download the content. Like any browser, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, or your Internet Explorer. CPU type, it should be of I series. It can be of 3, 5, 7. It can be any, but it should be of highest CPU gigahertz recommended. Minimum 8 GB of RAM is required. More than this is well and good. This is the minimum thing what I'm showing you. Video display minimum, the clarity of the screen I mean to say, like 280 by 1024 the pixels. Or if you're going to go with the high definition, it's up to you. Video adapter, basic graphics, display adapter capable of 24-bit color. Previously, we used to go with 16-bit now, but now recommended to go with 24-bit. Or if you're going with advanced graphics, in that case, DirectX 11. When you talk about the hard disk, okay, anyhow, we have an hard disk of 1 TB or 2 TB, but there should be a free space of 30 GB. Okay, when you are going to install the Revit software, minimum 30 GB of free space should be there. Some people say more than this, but this is a minimum case what I say. Media. We are going to install the Revit software. That can be through the web, that can be through the USB, that can be through your DVD drive or your CD drive. It is up to you. Connectivity, internet connection to the license registration is required, must and should. Again, not .NET. Okay, so you require a .NET framework version 4.8 or more than this. So these are the few things what you need when you're going to install the Revit software. I hope it's very clear for you. For the starting 1 or 2 days, okay, sometimes it becomes difficult to understand what actually we are doing. But once when we go with 1 or 2 classes, the process, okay, how we are going to proceed for the course, all those things will be very easy. We are going with next concept, nothing but Revit file types. Basically, in the Revit, we are having 3 different types of file. Okay, we are having 3 different types of file. Like when you're going to work with any application or software, like if you're going to work with Windows, Word, okay, or nothing but a document, so we are going to find .doc for that. When you're going to work with PowerPoint, you're going to find .ppt. So same like that, when you work with the AutoCAD, you're going to find .dwg, right? When you're going to work with MicroStation, you're going to find .bgm. So same is the case in the Revit also. In the Revit, we are going to find three different types of file. One is nothing but the project file, one is nothing but the template file, and one is nothing but the family file. So what is project file, what is template file, what is family file, I'll explain you. But these three will have different extensions. Like first, what is Revit project file? Revit project file is actually a basic platform where we are going to develop the actual building model. So this will have an extension of .rvt. Whenever you're going to work with any project, on the title bar itself, along with your name, you're going to find the extension of .rvt. Like here you can see in the Adobe PDF Reader, after the file name, automatically you can see you've got the .pdf as extension. So whenever, whatever type of file you're going to work with respect to the name of your file, you're going to get the extension. If it is .rvt, that means you're going to work with project area, right? Next, we have got the Revit family file. What is meant by family? Family is a type of library, you can say. In normal common language, in the AutoCAD, we used to call it as the library. But here we are going to call it as a family. So these are actually the objects like door, windows, annotations, symbols, and title blocks. Okay, that are actually loaded into the project file. And these objects will have .rfa as extension. Over here. Next, we have got the last one, I think, the template files that are used to get project and family, which will have an extension of .rte and .rft. That means what? Like in the AutoCAD also, we used to find the title block or template file, right? So those things will also have a different extension. So same like that, for the project, we got one extension here. For the family, we got one extension here. That is a limit .rte and .rft. This I'll explain you along with the Revit model when we are going to work with the project, family, and the template files. I'll explain you about all these things. Just understand over here. Next, what is meant by project? The name itself indicates. Project means where we are going to develop the model. So project will provide the essential and the basic information about the building model, such as the size, location of component, materials used, annotations. What is annotations? Nothing but detailing, a kind of detailing what we provide, like the dimensions, text, tags, all those things comes under your annotation. So first thing we will see what is meant by project template. So whenever you're going to work with any model, what we are going to do initially, we are going to provide the basic information like the units in which quantity you are going to work. In AutoCAD, we used to provide the limits as well as the units. But here, no need to provide any kind of limits. Okay, we have got infinite plane, but we have to provide in which units you are going to work. Whether you are going to work with the imperial system or the metric system, what type of decimal or precision value you want to go, whether you want to go with millimeter, centimeter, meter, or feet or inches, what type of precision like 1 decimal, 2 decimal, 3 decimal, those things you are going to define. Next, you are going to define the building levels. Building level will define, the vertical structure of the height. That means you are working with some 10-story of building. So to develop 10-story of building, you need some 11 levels because 10-story plus 0 will give you 11 levels over here. And the standard views. Okay, we have got basic 4 views, like we have got the east, west, north, south. Along with this, if you want to create few more views, you can also create by adding the cameras. That's a secondary case. Again, the system families, like we have got some basic, preloaded family over here. We are not going to model a wall. By default, Revit is giving a wall for you. These are called a system family. I'll explain you what is system family later. So the best example of a system family is wall, floor, and others, because these things we are going to get by default from the Revit software, even if the Revit is not installed with your library. So these are your preloaded component family. So a template can be selected from the template library. Next, you can see the project template files will have a .rt extension. As I told you, whenever you're going to work with template file, you're going to find the .rt extension. By default, they are stored in a template folder, the same level as the imperial and the metric library folder. So what this .rt will give you? This will give you your organization, your consultant standards. Okay, like by default, they will specify all the engineer's name. Okay, the company to which you're working with, the standards, what you're going to follow, the key legends, the notes, abbreviations, everything is going to be specified over. So this thing will be given by your consultant, okay, or to whoever, okay, area you're working with. The settings of the views, labels, materials, and annotation using product templates can be modified. They have library of family content. Whatever the content you are having, you can able to modify by making a duplicate of that. Elements can be created within the product template, such as sheets, drafting views, detailed schedule, additional families, cameras, links and export, import and export settings. Like first, what is meant by sheets? Whenever you're going to develop a model, according to the scaling factor, we are going to make the sheets. Like you're going to work with a big floor plan and you're going to go with a scale of 1:100. So sometimes what happens, as per the sheet size, like you have given the A1 sheet size. So as per the A1 sheet, with the scaling of 100, it won't fit in one sheet. So what we are going to do? We are going to make some regions. We are going to make some partitions. We are going to make some segments over here. Or else we are going to decrease the scale size. Like instead of 100, we will go with something like 150 or 125. Next, we have got the drafting views. Like every floor will have a different view. Like first floor, a different view. Second floor, a different view. So that is called as a drafting view. Next, we have got the detailed schedules. Whenever you're going to work with shop drawings, you're going to develop this. Additional families, like sometimes we are going to create some models which are applicable only for this project. Those are called as additional families. Like I'm going to make a chacha. So chacha will be applicable only for this particular project only, for this room only. And we are going to make some fins. We are going to provide some texture effects. So those are nothing but additional families which you are going to create only for this specific project. Again, you have got the cameras. So camera will give you different types of view. Like we can able to place at the interior side also. We can able to develop at the exterior side also. Links and import or export. Link means this is a universal software which will give an option to link your AutoCAD file or any other file, okay, which is from the Autodesk company, or you can import or export also. It is up to you. There is a slight difference between link or import, okay. Again, views and other controls are very important for working effectively in the Revit architecture. These are the few things, okay, which you have to remember initially when you are going to work with any. Next thing, you are going to get the families. What is meant by family? The name itself indicates. Families are nothing but the basic components which we require to develop a model. Because every time we cannot make a family, every time we cannot make a block. Like in AutoCAD, we used to call it as a family or a component or a block. But here we are going to give only one name called as a family. So a family is a group of elements with a common set of properties called parameters and related graphical representation. Like if I say I have a door family, I have a window family. So some of the properties, some of the parameters, some of the specifications are similar. Okay, so different element belongs to a family may have different values for some or all of the parameters. But the set of parameters, the name and meaning is the same. As I told you, like height, width, thickness will be common for few objects. Like window will also have the same thing. Dimensions may be different. Okay. So these variations within the family are called family types. Like first thing you can see, for example, the furniture category includes families and family types that you can use to create different pieces of furniture like desk, chair, and cabinets. Other than this also we have. If I say a furniture category, the complete interior side objects will cover into this. Like we have got desk, chair, cabinet, bed, all those things will come over here. Although these families serve different purpose and are composed of different materials. Like desk will have different material, chair will have a different material, cabinets, beds will have some different materials. Okay, but all these things will come under only one category. So when you create an element in a project with specific family and family type, you create an instance of the element. See here, in AutoCAD, we used to find a concept called as block. So why we used to create a model in a block? because it will be easy for me to revise. Again, if you want to edit that block, we used to go with block edit option. Okay. And we used to revise that block so that if you have used some 100 times also, it will provide you the effect for the 100 times. So same like that, here also in the Revit, we have got an option called as instance. What is meant by instance? Instance means if you want to edit that object only for one time, you're going to go for the instance object and you're going to revise the properties of that so that it will affect only that object only, or else it will affect your main library. So each element instance has a set of properties in which you can change some element parameters independent of the family type parameters. So I'll explain you about this. Like if I'm using some 10 doors in a floor plan, 10 doors in a floor plan, if I edit one, all the 10 will change. That should not be the scenario for me. If I'm going to change in the instance way, that means only the one door will get revised. Okay, so these things apply only to the instance of the element. Instance means what? Only for one specific or one single element in that project. If you make any changes to the family type parameter, means if you are going to revise a family parameters, the changes apply to all the elements instance that you create with that type. That means it will disturb your main family. It will disturb all your 10 number of doors here. So these things what we have over here. I hope it's very clear. So now we have seen about the types of files in the Revit and we have understood what is meant by family. Now in this family, we have got some categories. Okay, we have got 3 different types of category. So 3 kinds of families are there in the Revit. The first is called as system family. Okay, so the system families are kind of family that which we are going to create at site. Okay, that which we are going to create at site. Okay, like walls, roof, floor. What we are going to do? We are going to make this at site only. Okay, we cannot go with precast models. We can go. That's a secondary case. Only for understanding point of view, I can say that the wall, roof, floor, these things we are going to make it site. The rest things we are going to get in the ready-made form that we are going to assemble at the site. So whichever things which you have to make it site, that comes under your system family. So this wall, roof, floor are the best examples of the system family, which affects the product environment system families, which are predefined in the Revit. You don't load them into your project from the external file. That means even if you have not installed, okay, your library, these 3 things are available for you. These 3 things by default in the template you will find. Next, you can see about the loadable family. What is meant by loadable family? The simple thing is to understand whichever you can able to insert in your project. Like in the AutoCAD, we used to insert with the insert command or we used to insert with the xref command. So same thing we have here. So loadable families of files used to create building components that usually be purchased, delivered and installed in and around the building, such as windows, doors, fixtures, furniture and planning. So these things readily we are going to find in the market. And readily blocks we find. So those things directly we are going to insert into the file. Okay. Along with this, we have got some annotations also. Okay, like your symbols. Like we have got different symbols now. Like we have got elevation symbol. We have got the section symbols. We have got some tags. So all those things are readily available over here. And by default, few title blocks are also there. Okay. So these things comes under your loadable families only. So because of their highly customizable nature, unlike system families, loadable families are created in the external RFA files. So whenever you select any door, you're going to find .rfa as extension. .rfa as extension. Not only door, any loadable file, you're going to find .rfa. Okay. Next, we have got in place family means the things what we are going to create at site itself. Like if I say I have got a chacha in my room. So chacha is not a kind of component. Okay. It is an in-place family which we are creating inside the room, which is applicable only for this project. Like you have got some fins. You have got some different texture effects in your elevations. You have got a pergola. So these are in-place family which you are going to develop with a mass object, which is applicable only for this specific or the current object. So those are called as your in-place family. I hope it's very, very clear for everyone. So here you can see we have got in place. In place means what? The things which we are going to develop at site. Like I'll go with some images for the proper understanding. Yeah, here you can see this is one of the elevation view. So for this elevation view, can you see we have got cornices? So this is not a component family. This is the in place family which we are going to create only for this project. Okay, again, we cannot copy paste this to any other file. So those are called as your in place family. Can you see we have got some groups over here? So these are nothing but your in place family. Morning, Mrs. Aisha. So whichever things which you are going to develop and which are applicable only for this project, that is called as the in place. Like when you open any other model, like you can see this is one elevation. So here we have got a pergola. So this is applicable only for this object. Okay, this you may not use for any other project. Okay, because the dimensions may change. Okay, the view effect may change. So we cannot use this for any other model. So these are called as your in place model. You can see we have got some grooves, we have got some reveals over here. So these things we can ask. This is called as a pin. So this is nothing but a in place family. With the help of in place family, only we are going to develop. I hope it's very clear. Next, talking about the user interface. What is meant by user interface? The options what we are going to get on screen is called as user. User is what? Nothing but we are the users. So what are options we are going to find over here? So we are working with the Revit 2024 version. So you can go with any version. You can go with 2018. You can go with, okay, the 2021-22 as per your wish, you can select. So Revit Architecture is a powerful CAD application. Like generally we say CAD for the drafting point of view. But now we are almost not using the AutoCAD in any industry. Always the people are asking for the Revit models because this Revit model is using a BIM technology or a BIM methodology, you can say. So Revit Architecture is similar to other Windows-based application that utilizes a Microsoft Office ribbon. Microsoft Office ribbon. Like if I open any Windows, okay, Microsoft Office, like the document. So you're going to find some different options over there. You have got the title bar, you have got the standard toolbar, you have got, okay, the work plane. Same options we have here. Why I am interrelating the Revit screen with the Microsoft Office is because we are almost familiar with Microsoft tools. Revit may be new for someone, but Microsoft is common because since childhood from the schooling age, we are using the Microsoft documents and the PowerPoints. So I'm comparing this Revit screen with the same Microsoft Word, okay, or your PowerPoint or your Excel. So we have got the same toolbar, dialog boxes, and the windows that you can use to perform various tasks. I'll explain you, okay, what are the windows we have, whatever the toolbars we have. So first thing, I think about the recent files. Okay. So this is a screen what you will get when you, okay, when you install the Revit software. Once when you install the Revit software, you will get this icon as Revit 2024. You can go with two versions in one PC. Okay, I have got Revit 2018 as one version in this PC and Revit 2024 as other version. So when you double click on this one, a new window will open and this is a name of your welcome screen items. You have got the welcome screen. So these are the recent files which you have developed. So these are the architectural projects with respect to structure, electrical, HVAC or the plumbing. Okay, so these are the different projects. Whatever the recent projects you have got, it will provide you the list over here. These are with respect to your, okay, project browser, and these are with respect to your families. If you have developed any family, if you have made any kind of objects, so those recent files related to families will be displayed over here. Okay, we have got two screens away. Okay, the same screen you can see, okay, in the notes also, and you can follow the material. Okay, everywhere, wherever we are using the software, I provided the screenshots, you can follow the same thing. So these are the recent files options. So first thing you can see about the projects. So what we have on the project. On the left side, you can see, okay, this model was previously called as project. You can write down. In the higher versions, now they are calling it as models. But in the previous versions, they used to call it as, okay, the project only. Okay, please maintain the running notes. Use a highlighter. Hopefully today after the class, I'll be sharing the material. You can use that. So the models previously used to call it as a project. So if you want to open any Revit model or any Revit project, you can use this. Or if you want to create a new model or a new project, you can select this. Same like your Windows option. So project provide option for opening and creating new project as well as icons or whitelisting any recent projects that you are working on. Like recently, like for example, few minutes back, if you work with any project, it will provide you the icon of whatever the parts you're working. Okay, in case of the model also, in case of the family. Like family. So family provide options for opening and creating new families as well as the icons or right listing. Means whatever the things which we are going to find on the right side will give you the icon. Means a temporary preview model. Like when you open any kind of folder, you can see on the left side, you're going to get the preview pane now. So same like that we have got over here. This is actually a preview pane of the specific project so that you can able to read here only. Next, you can see we have got the resources. Resources means what? When compared to previous version, what are the additional resources we are going to find? Or if you want any kind of help from Nautilus, you're going to get that. So that is nothing but the resource option over here. So now in this, okay, you can see we have got the option as, okay, the what's new. You can select this, or you can go with online help community forum. So these are nothing but the resources what we have. Or if you want, you can select this question mark also, and you can go with your FN1 function key, nothing but function key 1 over here. So you can go with that, which will give you the resources. Like if you want to make any kind of difference with the previous version to this version, or what are the changes we got. So those things will be elaborated in these resources. Following everyone, I hope it's very, very clear. In doubts, Mr. Ahmed following. Everyone, please let me know if you have any kind of Mr. Krish following. For the starting 1 or 2 classes, there will be a kind of confusion. Okay, so you have to be very patient to understand. Once 1 or 2 classes we complete, you become very friendly with the online session as well as the software. Not to worry about it. So today we have seen 3 topics over here. One is nothing but the Revit introduction. Again, the Revit file type and the user interface. Okay, so user interface, we have just put the introduction part over here. So we have seen the welcome screen. So in the welcome screen, we have got 2 things. One is the model and the family. So this thing you can see. Next, when you go with the user interfaces, we have got the complete welcome screen over here. Okay, this is the screen by which we are going to work with any Revit software. So this screen is almost common for 2018, 19. There is slight difference of change. Okay, so that I'll show you later. So if you want to work with any model, for example, I'm going to work with the new. I'll explain you how to work with all these things. Just I want to show you the screen first. So this is how the screen will look once when you open the Revit software. This is how the screen will. You can see this. So here we have got different tabs over here. The first thing, the R symbol, what you can see is called as the application menu. Again, you can see we have got the quick access toolbar. On the first title bar, you'll be going to find the quick access toolbar. Again, you can see we have got the ribbons or the tabs. Like this restore tab, okay, annotate tab. These are nothing but the tabs. Again, you can see we have got the temporary contextual tab. Like sometimes what we select, okay, it will provide you the options of that. That is called as a contextual tab. Information center or the help option, what we get from the Nautilus. On the right side, you can see the navigation bar. To scroll the view, okay, you can go with this. Context menu means temporary if you want to go with some detailed information. Like we have got contextual tab, which will provide you the options inside the icon. So same like that, for the menu bar, we have got some options that will be displayed on the workbench when you right click of that. Next, you can see in the ribbon, we have got the panel and the tool. Panel means if you're going to select an icon, you're going to click the panel. Again, the tool. And like in the AutoCAD, we have got the command bar. Here we have got the options bar. In Revit, we don't find any kind of command. To remember, here we are going to work with the options what we have in the Revit. But sometimes you have to provide some properties for that option, like height, okay, with other parameters. Those things we are going to use by means of option bar. And we have got 2 split views over here. One is nothing but the type selector and one is nothing but the property palette. Okay, so type selector will give you the information of the selected object. Property palette will define the properties of that selected object. The white color screen, what you can see is the work plane where we are going to develop the model. Okay, here we are going to use the white screen only, whereas in AutoCAD we used to go with black screen because that was a 2D based software. Here we are going to work in a real time, so we are going to use some different material effect. So better to go with white only. You can change the color to any black. Okay, anything you can change, but it is advised to go with the white color only. Again, the project browser will give you the information of the project. Okay, like the labels, the views, the print. Okay, all those things you can develop in the project browser. Again, the bottom you can see we have got the view control bar. Means I am working with a floor plan. So in the floor plan, if you want to hide something, if you want to reveal something, if you want to display the screen in a brightest way, in a shaded way, so those things you can able to work with a view. View means what? How the screen should look. That is called as a view. Again, at the bottom we have got the status bar. Status bar will define the coordinates. Okay, of your work planning. And along with this, we have got different options also. I hope you are following. Everyone, please following. So in the next class, I'll be explaining about the application and all those things in detail because the notes are mandatory. Okay, to follow this. Following. Now I'll explain you how the screen will look like. So you can see the R option is nothing but the Revit application. So when you select the file, you're going to get the options. So these are the same options. Okay, how we have in the Microsoft Office, okay, your Word, PowerPoint, Excel, those are the same options we have over here. Again, you can see this is the first thing what we can see is that the title bar. So title bar will give you the software name, okay, the version what you're working with, and which floor plan you're working. On the right side, you can see we have got the sign-in option where you can able to get the help from the Autodesk. And this left side icons, what you can see are nothing but the quick access toolbar. So whichever options which we are going to use very quickly, that comes with respect to the quick access toolbar. This is called as the tab, okay, or the menu bar also we can say, nothing but the architectural tab, structural tab, steel tab, precast tab. So these are actually the tabs. You can also call it as a menu bar also. And here we can see the panels. This is the builder panel. This is the circulation panel. Like when you are going to select the massing inside tab, in this you have got model by face panel. Okay, you've got some different sectors. So this is a tab and this is a panel. Okay, or you can say this is a tab or this is a contextual tab. Following? So different people use different terminologies. You should never get confused. This is a view tab. In the view tab, we have got again the contextual tab. So these things we have over here. Again, the left side you can see we have got the property tab, okay, property toolbar and the project browser. So you can align as per your these are the dockable windows, means you can able to increase the width of this as per the requirements. Okay, you can able to decrease as per the requirements. Or you can able to keep this product browser above, you can keep it below. Okay, just place one above the other. You can place one above the other also. Okay, you can select any of the tab, you can get the information from there. Like if you're going to work with big projects, you cannot split. Okay, you can underlie one by other, but you cannot split. Because once when you're going to work with big projects, these views will increase. The project browser information will increase. So better to go with this way. Like if you select the properties will get. If you select the project, you will get the project. It is up to you how you want to proceed. So wherever you want, you can place one above the other. Wherever you want, you can rely on that as per the requirements. If you want, okay, you can go with on the right side, left side as per your requirements. Okay, you can keep this on the left. You can keep this on the right as per your screen. If your screen is big, you can go in this way. If it is small, like if you're going to work with laptops and all those things, better to put one above the other or one side by side. It is up to you. Wherever you want, however you want, you can arrange all this stuff. Okay, in this way you can arrange whichever view you want, you can arrange. So these are limited dockable windows. Again, the white color screen, what you can see is nothing but the worker plane. At the bottom, you can see we have got the view bar, which will give you the information of the view about the floor plan or the 3D plan. Again, at the bottom, we can see we have got the status bar. So these are the things what we have on the Revit. But all these things I'll be elaborating everything in detail along with some images in the next class. So now you can see we are going with the next concept to understand about the screen. The second phase, the first thing is nothing but the application menu. As I told you in the last class that the first left icon, what you can see is actually your application menu. The Revit, the logo, what you can see is the application menu. So in this application menu, you are going to see some common options like new, open, and save. So these are the three basic options which you can find in any software or the application. Even if you go with any kind of Microsoft Office, like your Word, PowerPoint, Excel, AutoCAD, or any software, you are going to find these three things: new, open, and save. Along with this, you are going to find few more options, like we have got the export, publish, print, etc. things. So here you can see the same thing. When you're going to click the file option below the Revit logo, you can see the same thing: new, open, save. Along with this, we have got some other options like export, print, close, etc. These are the basic things what you are going to find in the application menu. So after the application menu, the first thing what you can find is nothing but the recent documents. Okay, in the application menu, the first icon was what? Nothing but the file. So we have seen this. Now you can see the recent documents. So what is mean by recent documents? Means the documents which you have used, which we have used recently. So on the application menu, click the recent document buttons to see a list of recently opened files. So here you can see when you're going to select the file, on the right side, you can see the recent documents. So whatever the documents which you have opened recently, like here you'll be finding the list, the organization, like in which way you want to arrange the files, by means of list, by means of date, by means of size, by means of time. It depends upon you, whichever order you provide, you can go. Like in the desktop also, you're going to find the right click, sort the icons with, okay, the name, type, you will find the same things now. Here also, we are going to find the same things. We are going to arrange the list with the help of date, size, type. So this, you can select any as per your requirements. So to see a list of recently opened files, use the drop-down list to change the sort order of the recent documents. Use the push pin to keep documents on the list regardless of how recently you opened them. For example, once when you open some 10 files over here, so what happens is the last file whichever you work, it will go. So whichever you go, it will go. But if you want to keep that file permanently, you are going to find a pin option over here. Okay, right now I haven't opened any kind of file with this version, so you cannot find any kind of file. Okay, but once some number of files, like 10 files has been opened, when you're going to open the 11th file, automatically the first file which you have opened initially, that will go, that will exit from this window, so that the new latest file, whichever you're using, that will be on the top list. You can able to arrange as per the requirement. But if you want to keep that file permanently, so you're going to find the pin option over here. So when you're going to select that pin, it will be into the list, into the same order. Okay, that is what we have over here. Again, how to open the document. Generally, we have Ctrl+O as a shortcut key to open the documents. So on the application menu, click the Open Documents button to see a list of all open views in the open file, figure 3. So you can see the same thing. Below the Revit application, you are going to find the file. So here are the recent documents. So as you are going to open the files, the list will increase, the number of files will increase. So once it fully occupies, you are going to see the last file to be vanished from this list. But if you want to keep this file permanently, you are going to find a pin So when you're going to select this pin, what happens? Whichever file you open, it will be into the same position. It will be into the same list. This is the main benefit what we have. So we have got next option, I think, but the open. So with the help of open, you can able to browse wherever the file has been saved, like in your server, like in your drive, wherever you have located. Through this open option, you have to provide the path and you have to, okay, open your Revit file. Next, you can see the quick access toolbar. The name itself indicates, okay, the tools which we are going to use very frequently, very quickly in day-to-day life. When you're going to work with any software, we require some options like undo, redo, save, print, right? So these are the common things which we are going to use for almost like some 10 to 15, for every 10 to 15 minutes, we are going to use this. The quick access toolbar contains a set of default tools. So we can able to customize this toolbar to display the tools that you most often use. Like on the top left of the screen, you can see this is nothing but the quick access toolbar. So if you want to customize, like these are the icons which are by default given by the Revit. But if you want to customize, if you want to modify, you have got a drop down option over here. You can select this button. So when you select this button, you are going to find the options which you want to keep it on the screen, which you want to hide. Because I am working with which domain? Architect domain. So as architect point of view, whichever I need, I will keep. Okay, which I don't want, I'll just uncheck from here. Like I don't want the PDF option. So select the PDF, it will go from the list. Okay, and can you see between the icons, okay, a vertical line? Can you see a small line between the icons? So this is called as a separator line. Okay, this is called as a separator line. You can see if you want to move the quick access toolbar, you are going to find the option like below the ribbon. If you want to keep, you can keep. Above the ribbon, nothing but along with the title bar. If you want to keep, you can keep. It is up to you. Okay, whichever position you want, you can keep. So the quick access toolbar can display above or below the ribbon. To change the settings in the quick access toolbar, click customize quick access toolbar drop down to show the ribbon. Like you can see, when you're going to select this, okay, you're going to get the option show below the ribbon. What I told you, this option bar is nothing but, okay, below the ribbon. So when you select this, automatically it will shift from the title bar to the below the ribbon. So below the ribbon, we have got the options bar. So as per your requirement, you can keep, but if you're going to keep it over here, what happens? The screen size will decrease. I don't recommend to go in this way. Always try to keep the screen size in the larger way only, the bigger way only. So just go with the same option, show above the ribbon. Show above the ribbon. Now, by default, there are some icons which are given by the Autodesk. But if you want to add any kind of tools to the quick access toolbar, it is very fair and simple. I can say, navigate the ribbon to the display, the tool that you want to add. Right click the tool and click add to quick access toolbar, whichever you want. Like I want to add this wall icon into the quick access toolbar because I may use the wall option very frequently. Because, okay, I'm from the architect, so I'll be using the wall option or the family option very frequently. So just right click on that, go for the option of add to quick access toolbar. So you can see the same thing in your quick access toolbar. So here I want this wall. So right click on that, you can see the option of add to quick access toolbar. It's very simple. If you want any other option, whichever option you want to select, it will be into the quick access toolbar, right? I'll right click from here, add to quick access toolbar. So it doesn't mean that the option will go from here. It will also be there. Along with this, you're going to find in the quick access toolbar also. Like when you just customize this, okay, you'll be finding the same option. Okay, here you can see we have got the wall option. Fine, it's very simple. Whichever you want, you can remove. Whichever you want to add, you can add from here. So if you remove the default tools from the quick access toolbar, you can add them again by clicking the customize quick access toolbar drop down and select the tools to add, etc. So this is a simple way. Right click, go for the add quick access toolbar. Now, if you want to customize a quick access toolbar, to make a quick change to the quick access toolbar, right click on a tool on the quick access toolbar and select one of the following options. So we have got these 4 options, 1, 2, 3, 4. So in whichever order you want, you can place it over here. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to select the drop down, and here you can see we have got the quick access toolbar. Okay, but anyhow, first we will remove some unwanted things. Like just now we have added this wall. So we will remove this. Okay, remove from the quick access toolbar, because already it's on your architectural tab, so we can remove. Now I'm going with the quick access toolbar. So here we have got the option to customize the quick access toolbar. So whichever option you want first, you can keep. You can arrange as per your order, like open, save, synchronize, undo, redo, print are under one category. This horizontal line, what you can see, is called as a separator line, which will divide the entities. Like in the AutoCAD, we have got the modify commands as well as the drawing commands. So same like that, here also we are having the segregation. So if you want to remove this segregation, you can select the line and you can delete from here as per your wish. If you want, you can keep, or else you can hide. If you want again to add that, just select this option, you will get this one. But I'll just keep below to this, so you have got this. If you want to remove this, just select the option of cancel from. As per your wish. For your wish, you can keep. Like I don't want this option, split option, so you can just close from. If you want to keep this print as along with save, just select the option and go for the move up. So what is happening from the last, it has been moved to the initial position. So these are the things what we have. Like we have got some annotation category. If you want to measure, if you want align dimension tag, text can arrange. But if you want to place this text first, so just select the option and go for the option of move from here. So now what is happening is, previously this was the order, but when you select here OK, so what happens? The order will totally change. So this is the basic option what we have in the quick access toolbar. So remove means if you want to remove any tool from the quick access toolbar. If you want to add the separator line, so to the bottom side it will add. So it will be very easy to segregate the tools. And if you want to move up or down, you can select the symbol up or down from the customized quick access toolbar. And the same thing, if you want to add separator line, you can easily add. Okay, so these are the things what we have with respect to the customized quick access toolbar. I hope it's very clear for everyone. Next, we are having the title bar. The name itself indicates. So this title bar will give you some basic information like which software you are working with. So we are working with Revit 2024 and Autodesk is the name of the company. In this Revit 2024, there is no kind of update. So when you go with any other software like 2018 or 19, there you can see some updates, like you will get 2018.1. Because of an update, the version name may change. We add some 0.1 or 0.2. Again, you are going to find the name of the project, again in which floor plan level you are going to work. It is in the architectural floor plan, you will get the same name. In which level in the architectural template you are working, it will specify that level name. As there is no level name over here, so it's giving us 0. So these are the things what we have in the title bar. You can see the same thing. Okay, you can follow the notes and you can understand because all the screenshots, okay, have been pasted in the notes. Next, you can see the information center. The name itself indicates. If you need any kind of information related to Autodesk products, you can able to browse from here, information center. But the only concern is you require the internet and you require a genuine versions. So whatever the product information you need, you can extract from here. Or if you want any kind of help also, they may assist you directly from the Autodesk, I can say. So you can see the same thing over here, right side. This sign in option, what you can see is nothing but the info center tab. This complete area is called as information center tab. Next, you can see the ribbon. What is mean by ribbon? So the name itself indicates means on the ribbon, we are going to place the tabs and the icons. So the ribbon is the most common method for initiating command to help you in defining your own building proficient. It is broken in two parts, tabs and the panel. So in ribbon, we are placing what? A tab as well as a panel. Now, what is tab? What is panel? We will see that. So if you want to change the screen of the Revit, we are having an option of cycle through. We are having the option of cycle through over here. So with the help of this, you can able to minimize the option. You can able to minimize the tabs. You can able to minimize the panels. You can able to minimize the buttons, etc. as per your wish, whichever you are feasible. Like when you're going to work with big projects, what people will do is they will hide all these icons because these icons are occupying some enough amount of space on the screen, because of which it becomes slightly difficult to work with a model. So many of them, they will just select this option. In the main menu bar, when you're going to select this, it will hide. When you select first time, you can see we have got only the names. When you're going to select one more time, you're going to find only a title. Again, when you're going to select, you won't find anything over here. So whenever you're going to select the tab, what happens? You're going to find the icons. When you go back from here, automatically it will hide. So as per your flexibility, you can select this. But if you want the same as given by the Autodesk, just select the cycle through tab option from here. So when you select this again, you will be back with the same default settings. So when you select the drop down, you can see the same. Minimize to tabs, minimize to panel titles, again minimize to panel buttons. So as per your wish, you can keep. So in the ribbon, we are having two things. One is tab, one is panel. So as per your wish, you can keep. If you're working with big models, it is advised to please minimize all the icons because the work plane should be large enough to work with any model. Next, we have got the expand panels. Expand panel means if there is a limitation of space in a tab, in a panel, in that case, we are getting the expand panel. So when you're going to select that, whatever the extra icons or extra options or settings are there, that will be available over there. Okay, so here you can see the same thing. When you're going with any tab, going with, for example, like Architectural tab, so can you see in the room and area, we have got a small arrow mark. Okay, can you see this? So when you're going to select this, you're going to find two more options over here. You're going to find two more options. So why it is inside this? Because there is no enough space to place those options. So that is the reason they have hidden these two options over here. So when you're going to select this, it will be visible. Again, when you're going to come on the work plane, it will automatically hide. But if you want to keep that permanently, you are going to find the pin option. Whenever you find a pin, when you're going to on, so what happens is, even if you're going to work with the work plane, it will not go. It will be there. But sometimes what happens, we are going to work with the complete area. So we require these options. So again and again, opening, hiding will take some time. So what we are going to do is, we are going to go with the pin option. Once when we are done with this option, then again we are going to unpin. So it is very simple. So when you select this one, what happens? Again, when you're going to come back to your work plane, automatically it will hide for you. So this is the thing what we have, which is called as the expand panel. So not only with respect to the Architecture tab, when you go with any other tab, like I'm going with massing in site also. Can you see in the model side, we have got this. So this is called as the expand panel. So if you want to keep it permanently, you have got the pin option. You can just enable that and you can keep that. Next, we got the dialog launcher. So there is a small difference between the expand panel as well as the dialog launcher. Okay, you can see again, we have got an arrow, but this will be at the corner in a diagonal position. So this dialog launcher will allow you to open a dialog to define related settings. Like if you want any kind of settings, Related to that options, in that case, we are going with the dialog launcher. So you can see over here. So I'll just open over here. I'm going with the not over here in the massing in site tab only I'll go. Or I'll go with the annotate tab. Yeah, here you can see in annotate tab. In the text, we have got this, the dialog launcher. If you want any kind of settings related to text, you can select from here. So it will provide you the settings from here. So these things are called as your dialog launcher, not only for a text, for anything. Like if I want to go with something like the view, for example. So in the view, here you can see in the graphics, we have got some settings. So if you want any kind of settings related with the graphics, you can select from here. So this concept is called as your dialog launcher. Because if all the icons, okay, are on the screen, if it is not in, what happens? It becomes very difficult to work on the work plane. Next, we have got the contextual tab, ribbon tabs. So what is meant by contextual? Like I am going with some specific option, okay, like a modify command. So once when you're done with the command, automatically this contextual ribbon tab will get hidden. So when you use certain tools or select elements, a contextual ribbon tab displays tools that relate to the context of that tool or element. The tab closes when you exit the tool or clear the selection. So these are the things what we have over here. Like here you can see in the same thing, I'm going with the modify tab. So in the modify tab, you can find here the contextual tab. Like for example, I'm working with a model, like I'm drawing a wall, for example. So I'm drawing a wall. Can you see when I'm going into the command or the option for the wall? So what is happening? The contextual tab will come. Once I'm quitting this, so what is happening? Again, automatically the contextual tab will go. Again, we are coming back into the same home tab. Home tab is nothing but the architectural tab. We can also call this architectural tab as the home tab also. Calling everyone, contextual tab is if you are going with any object. So some related settings which are related to that object will be visible. So once when you are done with that, once when you exit, automatically you will be back with respect to your home tab. Like I'm going to place the wall over here or a door over here. So when you are going to place a door or anything over here, automatically the contextual tab will come into the picture. So once when you place this, okay, once when you place this, what happens? It will exit from. Again, you'll be back into the same home tab. So this is called as your contextual tab. You can see, okay, when you're going to work with any kind of option, this will come into picture. Once when you're done, it will exit from there. I hope everyone are following the concept. Next, you can see about the property palette. The name itself indicates. If you want a property for any object, we are going to go with the property palette. In the AutoCAD, we used to go with the Ctrl+1 as a shortcut key. So here, this property palette, by default, it will be on the screen. Sometimes it may get hidden. I'll show you how to reveal that also in the future. So property palette is where you can view and modify various parameters related to that object in the Revit. So this palette is dockable. Dockable means what? Resizable. Wherever you want, you can place on the right side, top side, bottom side, wherever you want, you can place. Like you can see, this is my property palette. So wherever you want to move, you can move. If you want to keep on the workbench, you can keep on the workbench. If you want to keep on the left side, you can keep on the left side as per your wish. Okay. And if you want to keep one above the other, you can also keep one above the other also. Okay, just drag and place on the same window, it will come. If you want to minimize, you can minimize this also. So in this way, you can see. And at the bottom, you can see we have got the property, we have got the product browser. Two things we are getting. So this is best, I can say. I recommend to place the project browser as well as a property one above the other. Like I need a property of this wall. So by default, when you are going to select this wall, what is happening? The property tab will get enabled and it will give you the properties of that wall, which is selected. So here you can see the color, the height, everything you can able to see over here. In future, when we are going to provide any kind of material, any kind of other parameters related to the estimation or the quantity, that will also be reflected over here. Okay, like I'm going to select a door. So when you select a door, it will provide you the properties of that selected door. So once when you cancel, what is happening? Once when you cancel, it will exit to your normal project browser or a normal property toolbar. So this is the property palette for you. Again, we have got the type selector. So in the property palette, we have got the type selector. Type selector is what will define, like which type of object you are working with. So when a tool for placing element is active or elements of the same type are selected in the drawing area, the type selected displays at the top of the property palette. It identifies the currently selected family type and provides a drop-down from which you can select a different type, figure 15. For example, I worked with this type of wall, right? So this type of wall, by default, from the Revit, in the type selector, this small window, what you can see in the properties called as a type selector, is also available with all these different composition. Whichever you want, you can select. So this is called as a type selector. Calling which type of wall you want to select. We have got different compositions in the wall now. Like we have got a normal wall, like we have got a curtain wall. So same like that, which type of wall you want. That is called as a type selector. For example, I'm going to select this door. So you can see in the door also we have got like this door, this family is available with these 3 or 4 types of dimensions. I hope it's very clear for everyone. So this is called as a type selector over here. Now in the properties, it is being classified into 2 types. One is instance and the type. What is meant by instance? I told you in the last class also. Instance means if you want to change the property of the material only for one time, that is called as instance. Type property means what? If you want to edit the complete block, we go with the type. So instance property will be available immediately in the property dialog. When you place or select an item, instance property will change only the currently placed or selected items only. So from this palette, you can access the type selector, filter properties, and edit type parameter, figure 16. As you can see over here, when you are going to select this, like I'm having this door. So if you want to change any property, any parameter related with respect to this door for one time, so we go with instance. These are the instance parameters what we have. Whatever you can see over here, like level, which level you have placed, sill height, whatever things you want. These are nothing but your instance property. Which will affect only for this door. Like if you have used this door for 10 times, but out of 10 doors, if you want to modify only for one door, so in that case, we go with instance parameter. It will affect only one. Next, we have got the type property. Type property means if you want to modify the complete category of the door, like if you have used this door for 10 times, and if you want to modify all the 10 doors, we go with the type property. We go with the type property. So in the type property, when we are going to edit, it will alter every item of that type in the entire model. In that specific file, if you have used any object, something like for 10 times, so it will modify all the 10 objects in one single click. That is called as a type property. This is the window what you will get. So here I have selected the door, and can you see the edit type option from here, the property? So when you select this, you can see the type property option over here. So from here, you can able to modify anything, but it will affect the complete family of this particular project. So this is called as a type property. I hope it's very clear for everyone. Any doubts?
Yeah, I have a doubt.
Yes.
You showed the previous example of the wall and you used the type selector.
Yes.
It had default type of walls in that. What happens
Yes.
if suppose the wall which you want is not available in that the type of composition?
If you want to make your own wall, we can able to make and place also. That comes with respect to family. Like for example, by default, we have got some different types of wall. Like I'm going with some basic wall. I'm going with some basic type of wall, which is by default given by the Autodesk. This is the wall. But if you want to modify this wall, we are going to find the properties. Like if you want to provide any kind of insulation material, if you want to provide any kind of composition, like different material effect, those things you can able to provide over here. That comes with the family. I will show you in the later how to duplicate that family, how to modify all those things. The things which are not available, which are not matching as per your project configuration, you can able to make a duplicate of that without disturbing the main family, and you can add all the parameters as per the requirement. There is nothing like not available in the Revit. Everything is available. Only thing is nothing but we have to find.
Okay.
I'll show you all those. Next, going with the project browser. So project browser will give you the information related to the project, like how many levels we are having, okay, how many elevation views we have created, how many number of sheets we have. So these kind of things, okay, are there in the project browser. The project browser will show a logical hierarchy of for all the views, schedule, sheet, families, group, and other parts of the current object. Not only with the architect point of view, even for the electrical, mechanical, plumbing, firefighting, we are going to follow the same thing. So project browser will give you the information, okay, related to the project. So these things you are going to find over here. So here you can see the project browser when you're going to select this. So this is the project browser. We are working with the project one as a file name. So we have got different floor plans, ceiling plan, 3D views. So as you are going to work, so this list will increase. This list will increase. The number of levels will increase. Everything will increase over here. So this is something but called as your project browser. It will give you the complete information related to the project. Next, talking about the view control. Okay, name itself indicates. If you want to control the view of your model, we are going with view control option. Like I am working with project. So if you are going to turn on all the graphical effects of your model, what happens is, okay, the size of the file will increase, due to which you cannot work very smoothly, very freely. So what we are going to do is we are going to work with a normal shaded model so that we can able to work very smoothly and okay freely. Along with this, as in the AutoCAD, we have got the option of layers, right? If you want to hide something, if you want to reveal something, so those kind of options are available in the view control, which is available in the last phase of your screen. Can you see? This scaling factor, the shade options, okay, the reveal options, what you can see is nothing but the view control tab over here. Like in the AutoCAD, we used to find, okay, at the right side of the bottom of the screen, the same thing you can see here also. The rest example is nothing but the layer. Like in the layer, we are having the on, off, freeze, right? The same options we are going to find over here. View, we are going to control it. So with the help of the view, we can able to control the graphic style. Next, we can see the status bar. So this you are going to find on the bottom right side of the screen. So this status bar will give you the information like how many objects you have selected. Like in the Revit, we don't find a command window. Okay, we are having only status bar. So this status bar will indicate which is lock, okay, which is pin, which is unpin, okay, how many objects you have selected. So these kind of options you can find in the status bar. So you can see on the right side of the screen, can you see the status bar? Like I am selecting this specific object. So can you see at the bottom, we have got the filter and here it is showing us 3. That means 3 options have been selected. So same is the case when you're going to lock this, when you're going to pin this, when you're going to delete this, it will provide you some basic information from here. That I'll show you in the later how the status bar will work. I hope everyone are following the concept. Following Mr. Kritish. Next, you can see the drawing area. Drawing area is nothing but a work plane. Like in the AutoCAD, okay, we call it as a work plane, but here we are going to call it as a drawing area. The drawing area will provide you the current area, the display the current area that you are going to work on. So new window will open up for each view. Like in the Revit, okay, like right now I'm working with which level? Level 0. In the project browser also you can see we have got the level 0, right? If you want to open the level 1, when you're going to double click on this one, you're going to get the level 1 over here. So when you select the level 1, by default on the title bar also you can see we are into the floor plan into the level 1. We are into the floor plan into the level 1. So the same thing you can see here. So new window will open for each view. Like we are having how many views now? We are having 2 views, right? So level 1 is 1 view. Level 0 is 1 view for me. So we are having 2 views over here. So this is the best thing what we have in the Revit. Like when you're going to, open any view, like I'm going to open the north view. So by default, okay, one more other view will be displayed over here. Following? Now, how many views we are having? 1, 2, 3. Because I opened 3 view. Like you can see, this is the level 0. Like in the AutoCAD, we are having the viewport option, right? We can able to split the screen into 1, 2, 3. The same thing we can see over here. One project with different views, so that we can able to work, we can able to extract the data from one point to other point very easily. So this is the north view, this is the level 1, this is the level 0. So to invert the background color, if you want to change the color, like by default, we are having the white color. If you want to modify to black or any other color, you can modify. But I recommend to go with white color only. So in the Revit option, you can find the options. So in the options, we are going to find the graphic tab. Under the graphic tab, you are going to find the option of colors. So which color you want? Background is white. Selection, like when you're going to select the option. Pre-selection means from multiple window, from the big window, if you want to select few things, that is called as a pre-selection. And if there is any kind of error or a warning message, it will be with this color. So these kind of things you are going to find in the graphic options. So you can see the same thing. I'm going with the file option. In the file, you are going to find the options from here. The same thing we have in the AutoCAD also. So when you select this, you are going to find the graphic window. So in the graphic window, basically we have got the background. So in the background, we have got transparent and opaque. There is some small change in this version, actually. I guess in the color they have given, not in the graphic. In the color, they have given the option, like which color you want. Background is in white. Like if you want to go with black, you can also go with black. But here we are working with the 3D effects. I don't recommend to go with the black. It becomes very heavy, very difficult to work. Okay, can you see? It becomes very difficult to work with any model. So I don't advise to go with the black color. Better to go with the white color always. So select the option of options from here. Go for the option of color. In the options of color, select the background and select the color as white. So click here, okay. So by default, it will change with all the views what you have opened. This is what we have over here. In the previous versions, it was with respect to, okay, the graphics. But now we have got one more icon as the color. This is what we have over here. Select the file, go for the options. Can you see? The list has been released. Okay, we have got the color option. Please make a note of this in your notes. Okay, we are having the color option in the color tab only, not in the graphic tab. Please make a note of this. I request to please make the running notes also. Next, we are having the context menu. So context menu means if you are working with your work plane and if you are going to select any object and if you want to know the properties of that object, we are going to call it as a context menu. Like context menus are displays when you right click on an object. They list commands like recent commands, whatever you have got. such as zoom or other commands related to the current task. Now you're able to reactivate the last command or recently used command from the mouse right click. So you can see the same thing. Like I'm going to work with this. I'm going to select the door from here on the door. So this is the nothing but your context menu. So whichever options which you're going to use very frequently is like zoom out, zoom in, all these things. Can you see? So these things you are going to find over here. So this is called as a context menu. Next, we are going to see the building elements. I'll do one thing. I'll just open the one screen over here. So next you can see about the building elements. As I told you in the last class also, we have got 3 different types of components. So that is what we are going to define in the building element category. So building design is created by using the building elements only. So this building elements include walls, doors, roof, window, and so on. Okay, these are the major things what we find for any model. So we can able to place, we can able to create, or we can able to modify the building element as per the requirements. So what is mean by building element? This is very, very important to understand. So Revit building elements are the building blocks of a project and can be added when developing the project. First, when you are going to develop the floor plan, we require the building elements. And if you want to modify, you can modify at any stage of the project. So when an element is placed in a model, the individual element is called as instance of that element type. Like just now I told you what is meant by instance element. So if you want to modify that specific building element, we are going to select the option of instance for that. And instance, some parameters values in common with the element type. Instance can be broadly classified into 3 classes. One is the model, one is the annotation, and one is the view. So what is meant by model? So these are the elements such as wall, window, door, and roof that help in the 3D presentation of the building design. Annotation means what? Nothing but the dimension, text, your tags, whatever the notes and legends you are going to provide. Those things comes with respect to your annotations. Again, we are going to find the view. So we have got different types of view, like we have got plan, elevation, section, perspective view, aerial view, bird view. We have got different types of view. So whichever view you want, you can able to configure from here. So if you are going to modify in a floor plan, so by default in the background, the Revit will update the same in the elevation also, in the section also. Like in the AutoCAD, if you're going to update a floor plan manually, the same thing you have to update manually in the plan also, in the section also. But here in the Revit, when you're working in the elevation, by default the plan will get updated. When you're working with section, by default the elevation plan will get updated. So this is a very intelligent software, I can say. So this building element type are basically classified as host component, datum, as well as the annotations and the view. So what is meant by host? Host means what? Representation. The components or the objects which are representing your model is called as the host. So these are the elements such as wall, floor, roofs. As I told you, these things we are going to make at site. This cannot be precasted. We can precast, that's a secondary case, but in normal day-to-day life, we are going to place these things at site. So which are the basic built-in place structures of a building? Next, we have got the components. So components are nothing but the loadable families. Like we have got the windows, doors, furniture. So this we can able to load, we can able to insert, or we can able to download as per the requirements. Again, datum. Datum means what? Which will define the grids of your project. Like without grids, we cannot able to provide the dimensions or the coordinates. Like we require the grids. So datum consists of labels. Labels will be with respect to your elevation view. Column grids to mark your columns and the coordinates. Reference panels are also there. Why we need reference panel? In the Revit, actually, with the help of reference panel or the reference view only, we are going to open any view. Like I want to open the elevation view of south side. So if you want to open the elevation view and if you want to provide any kind of effect of that, you are going to first provide a reference view. With the help of this, you are going to open that view. I'll show you this in the later class. So these things will establish a context of the project objects. These elements will help together to build your project. So what is annotation? The name itself indicates these are actually the 2D elements. These are not 3D. 3D also we have, that is only for the presentation point of view, like dimension, text nodes, and section tags are the basic things what we get under the annotation category. Again, we are going to find the views. As I told you, like we have got different views like plan, sections, schedules, okay, which dynamically represent a building model. These elements have their own properties and can be modified or deleted. View elements also control the annotation element placed on the view. If you delete a view, you will lose the annotation placed in that view. Make sure, like for example, if I'm going to select this view, elevations, under the elevation category, can you see we have got 4 views by default. You can add these views, okay, by adding the camera. But if you're going to delete this view, okay, again, it becomes very difficult for you to insert the same thing. These are the 4 cameras, what you can see, which are by default given in your template. So it is not advised to delete any of the view. It has to be there. If you want, you can add any other view, you can add. That's the secondary. Along with this, we've got different categories. Like if you're going to delete the ceiling plan from here, so whichever information you have kept over here, it will get deleted with respect to the plan also, elevation view also, everywhere. So this is slight complex and tricky to understand. I hope regarding the screen, it's very clear. Okay, now this is the screen in front of you. So next concept what we have is nothing but how to start a project. This concept we will see in next class. I'll show you how to open a file from the template, how to work with the template in this section. We will continue this topic in the next class following with the chapter 2. We have seen about the building elements. We have got 5 different types of building element types, where we have seen the host, component, datum, annotations, and the views. So after this, you can see we are going to start a project. Once when you install your Revit software, so you will be getting a welcome screen, as I told you in the first class itself. So how to work with the welcome screen and how to start a project, that is the main thing. So whenever you're going to start a project, you have to first select your template. Okay, you have to first select your template. So how you are going to select your template? Either your consultant will give you, or else you have to make your own template. Either the consultant to whom you are working, they will provide you, or else you have to make your own template. So by default, we are going to get some templates from the Revit. We are going to follow the same. It can be called as a standard template. So based on the requirements, the default template settings can be customized. By default, we are going with one type of template given by the Revit. Now we are going to customize that template. I repeat again, what is meant by template? Templates are actually the basic settings which are being provided by your consultant as per the requirements of the project. So what are the minimum requirements, like in which units you are going to work? What is the scaling pattern we have to select? The number of levels, okay, the distance of the levels, the grids, everything they are going to provide you. Along with this, they will also provide you the symbology. So in the template, you are going to find all those things. In short, I can say in the AutoCAD, we are going to insert the template file in the layout tab. Generally to make a print, we are going to do that. But here, by default, you are going to insert the template, which will be given by your consultant. So whenever you start a project using a standard template file, the site view can be used to create the topo surfaces. What is meant by site view? Please highlight the points which I am telling you to highlight. which very, very important, because we cannot review all the complete theoretical part when we practice. So please highlight. So first thing, when you're going to work with standard template, which is given by the Revit, so what we are going to do, we are going to create a topo surface. What is topo surface? I can say the asphalt level or your road level is called as a topo surface. Asphalt level or your road level. Okay. And the lowest level plan view to create walls at the lowest level of the building. So we are having one as site view and one as zero level. So on the zero level, we are going to make the complete building plan, and the topo surface is actually a level where we are going to provide the complete landscaping of the project. Okay, where we will provide the roads, where we are going to provide the contours, streets, the sitting area, the walkway area, everything we are going to provide. So this is because in a project that uses the standard template, the lowest level plan view and the side view are the same elevation view and show the same level, but they have different settings and purpose. Just now I told you that this side view, okay, this side view is actually a topo surface area, and the lowest level, nothing but the level 0, what we have is your basic ground level, I can say. In the elevation view, both show the same. In the elevation, when you open, like I'm opening any kind of south view or north view, when you open this, both look same, but meaning is different. So the level plan view don't show topo surface by default. This helps to easily identify the site and the level views. So now you can see by default, okay, when you open the Revit software, you will be getting the welcome screen. In this welcome screen, we have got an option of model. In the previous versions, you'll be finding the model as a project. So select the option of new from here. In the model, select the option of new. By default, you'll be getting some templates. Like we are working with which domain? We are working with the architectural domain. So select this. If you are going to select any other domain, you can select from here as per the requirement. Or if you are selecting any kind of company domain, you have to provide the path where you have saved your company domain. Like I have saved my template in so-and-so drive, in so-and-so folder. So please provide that path automatically. We'll take the template from there. But I am going with a basic template, which is given by the Revit. So in the architectural template, I am going to click here project. If you want to create, select the none option from here, and you can select the project template from here, and from here you can able to create. It is up to you. But right now we are not interested to create a template because by default templates are provided by the consultants. So I'm selecting the architectural template and click here OK. So once when you click here OK, you will be getting the screen of Revit. So in this first thing you can see, okay, what I told you just now, when you are going to open the elevation view, like in the project browser, you can see an option of elevation. Can you see? You can see the option of elevation. By default, we are getting 4 types of views: east, north, south, west. Along with this, if you want to create any other view, you can create. If I open the south elevation view, what is happening is, if I open the south elevation view or the west elevation view, so you can able to find the 2 levels. One is the 0 level and the level 1. These are the 2 levels given in this template. So what I told just now is, in the floor plan, as you can see, the level 0, the basic level where we are going to develop the model, and the site level, both are same. The site level we cannot see physically in the view. This you can see only in the plan when you are going to draw the complete outline structure of the model. So site level will never be visible in the elevation view because site view as well as level 0 both are same. In the site, you are going to find the roads, you are going to find the complete network map, whereas in the level 0, you are going to develop the basic plan. So this is the basic difference what we have. So when you're going to work on any multi-story projects, adding levels we need to be defined. Like here you can see we have got level 0 and level 1, means it is just one floor plan. If you want to add 3-story building, that means you require, okay, 3 more levels, level 1, level 2, level 3. So number of levels will define the vertical structure of the building. So to create your floor rules, we require a level. So this helps to create walls and other building elements with relevant constant that can be adjusted quickly. That means if we have a level only, you can able to make a wall. You cannot place a wall roughly on the work plane. First, you have to define the reference plane, which is called as a level. On this level, you are going to develop the model. So when starting a building model, one must begin with standard template. So I'm going with the same thing, then changes it to organization specific graphic standards. Like I am working for my own personal project. So I won't create any kind of template. So by default, the template which is given by the Revit, I'm following the same. According to my project standards, I'm going to modify. Like what are the project standards we have to modify, like line weight, line style, symbols, and annotations. These are the basic things what we have to modify, which we will see later. So how to use a template? Just now I showed you. Click on the application menu, select the new project. In the new project dialog, select under template file, do one of the following. Select a template from the list. Click browse. So here you can see in the template file, select the template. Like we are working with architectural template. So I have selected this. If you want to go with any other template like construction, electrical, plumbing, or any of your company template, you can select from here. So click here OK. If you want to create your own template, in that case, select none from here, and in the create new, select the product template and click OK. So this is a basic thing what you have. You can see select the no template. If you want to create your no template, click new project, and then select template file, select name. For create, click new. You can see for create, click new project, click OK. In the undefined system of measuring dialog, select imperial or metric. Like once I'll close, again I'll open for your proper understanding, or else you can go for the option of new from here. So here you can see, I'm selecting the none option from here, and when you click here, so what is being asked? You are going to create a template. So before creating a template itself, you have to define a quantity, in which quantity you want to work. Whether you want to work in the imperial system, whether you want to work in the metric system. It depends. Imperial system means working with feet and inches. Metric system means working with meters, centimeters, and millimeters. Imperial means feet and inches. Metric means meters, centimeters, and a millimeter. So this is a basic concept what we have in the template. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this. Next, you can see how to save a project file, because we have got a shortcut key to save a file, like Ctrl+S. This is a common shortcut key which we follow for any application when we use. The same is the shortcut key here also. Okay. Imperial system means working with feet and inches. Imperial system means working with feet and inches. Metric system means working with meters, centimeters, or the millimeters. Please write down. Maintain your running mode. Basically, if you want to save your project, we have a shortcut key, nothing but Ctrl+S. So whenever you're going to save the project, it can be saved with your local hard drive on your personal computer in your CPU. If you're going to work with network-based system, nothing but if you're working with a consultancy, you're going to work on the servers. So it will save over there. So project file can be saved on a network at a location that everybody in the design team can access. When you work in a designing company, there will be a server so that everyone can able to access your file. That is the main benefit what we have. So a project file can also be saved as template file. Like what is the shortcut key we have for the product file? As I told you in the first class, .rvt, .rte. So you can also save it. So Ctrl+S is the shortcut. So when you select that, you can able to find, like I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to close this template. For the practicing point of view, I've shown this window. You can see there is no elevation view. There is nothing like floor plan over here. We need to create because we have selected none. If you select none, we need to create all the files. So by default, what we are doing without any kind of waste of time, we are going with the basic template which is given by the Revit, where you can see by default you have got some floor plans. We have got some ceiling plans over here, and we have got some elevation views. If you work with any consultancy, by default, you are going to find few more tabs where they will define the sheet, where they will define the floor level, grids, everything they will specify. So if you want to save your file, nothing but the project file. So what we are going to do, go for the application menu and click here save. So when you click here save, provide the path. First thing, where you want to save. Like I want to save on desktop with a project 2 as file name. And in which extension can you see .rvt, because we are going to work with the project file. If you want to save the same project file into template file, you can also exchange from. Okay, you can also change from here. One more thing, but by default, we won't go in the template format. We will always go with the .rvt. But if you want to keep some similar things in the project, in that case, you will save your RV2 into RTE. That's the secondary case. So when you are going to save this file, for the initial point of view, when you're going to work for the first time for the Revit, I recommend to go for the options and provide the maximum backups. Like whenever we work with any application or software, like even if you work with AutoCAD also, you're going to get a back file. .bak file you will get, right? So that BAK file will be a backup file for you whenever if there is any kind of interruption or if there is any kind of shutdown of your software, you can use that. So here also in the Revit, we are going to find an option of maximum number of backups. Like whenever you press Ctrl+S, it will save, it will create a new backup. So same like that, I have given an option of 3, like maximum 3 backups will be there along with my main file. Like if I'm working, okay, I have worked with a project for something like 2 hours. Constantly, I have worked with my project for 2 hours. If you are going to press Ctrl+S, Ctrl+S 3 times, it will provide you 3 backup files, not more than 3. We can go with 1 also because 1 is also enough. But for safety point of view, what happens is sometimes we need some previous models, what we have done just half an hour before saving. So in that case, we will go with 2 or 3 or 4 options. Maximum 18 options we can go. But here 1 or 2 are maximum enough. So you have to select that option. Okay, 1, 2, whatever you want, you can give and provide the path and click here save. So this is the basic thing what we have when we work with any Revit software. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this, how to save the file. Initially, you may get some confusions, but practicing is very, very important. Till chapter 3, you will be getting some basic options only. From the chapter 3, we have got some actual basic commands. From there, it becomes very interesting. Now going with chapter 2. So first thing is the drawing aids. What I told you, we are going to find a category in the building models as annotations, right? So in the annotations, we have got one category which is called as the dimensions, So whenever we work with any software, drafting software or the drawing software, we are going to provide some basic settings. Like I purchased a mobile phone or you purchased a new laptop or a computer. So what you are going to do, you are going to provide some basic settings like your region, your location, your theme, your wallpaper. You are going to provide your sign-in ID. You will go with some basic updates, right? So same like that, here also, when you install your Revit for the first time, you are going to provide some basic settings. So those settings, what I'm going to discuss here is nothing but the listening dimensions, alignment lines, and the snaps. So in the brackets, you can write this listening dimensions as temporary dimensions also. Please write down. The listening dimensions can also be called as temporary dimensions. Temporary dimensions. So what are the temporary dimensions? All those things I'll explain here. So this drawing aids like the alignment line or a snap or the listening dimension, you can see whenever you're going to work with any model. These things are visible for you. We cannot hide this, but we can modify this. For example, when you're going to place a wall or when you're going to place any component or a furniture, so you can find the listening dimensions and the alignment lines, like whether you're going with the any angle, whether you're going with some any distance, you're going to get the preview of that. Okay, and if you track a point from the nearby object. So a snap appears when a new wall is joined to an existing wall. So in the AutoCAD, what we do, we go with the F8 for the ortho, F10 for some basic snap settings, and F3 to provide any kind of midpoint or any kind of drafting midpoints over there. So same like that we have. So first thing, nothing but alignment line. So alignment line you can find especially for the horizontal or the vertical, even for the diagonal also you can find. So you can see the first thing is snap. Snap means to provide the geometries of any object. If I talk about a circle, I'm having some geometries for that circle, like I have a midpoint or a center point, node point, or a quadrant point, right? If you talk about a line, you're going to find the first point or the end point or the midpoint. So those things we are going to set whenever you're going to work with any model. So snap appears when the cursor is moved over geometric points in the sketch, such as end point and midpoint. Snaps display individual icons for recognition. You can enable or disable object snap and specify dimension snap increments. You can also override snap settings using keyboard shortcuts. Regarding keyboard shortcuts, later on I'll show you. But right now we are not working with any keyboard shortcuts. We are working with the options which are visible on the screen. So how to set this snap increment value? How to set? Very easy. The snap increment value is very important to modify because with the help of snap only, we are going to locate a position of the object. So when you are placing an element or component in a view, it can be an element, it can be a component. The listening dimensions, I think, but temporary dimensions will show you the length, dimension, snap increment, etc. So likewise, when you are placing the element in an angle, the angle snap dimension will be a preview. So if you want to provide any kind of settings in the manage tab, in the menu bar, you are going to find the manage tab. You will be finding the settings panel. In the settings, you are going to find the snap. So here you are going to get some options. So like you can see, this is my menu bar. In the menu bar, can you see we have got the manage tab. In the manage tab, here you can see we have got some settings. Can you see? In the settings, can you see we have got the snaps? Can you see here? So when you select the snaps, here if you want to disable the snap, means if you don't want any kind of endpoint or midpoint to be visible on the screen for any object, in that case you can select from here. But if this is off, it becomes very difficult for us to work on a model. Because without knowing the end point, we cannot work. Without knowing the midpoint, we cannot. Because if you want to get the midpoint value, you have to provide either the dimensions or else you have to take any kind of offset value or you have to divide at least. So those are time taking. So it is always advised to keep the snap on. If you want to disable any options, like if you don't want any kind of nearest point, if you don't want this one, so you can off from here, anyone, but it should always be on. Now here you can see we have got an option to provide some settings. By default, Revit will give you 4 values like 1000, 100, 25. In terms of angle, 90 degree, 45, 15, 5, 1. So what I want to show here is, like, I'm going to work with a plan. I'm taking any level, like level 1 I have taken. I'll go with the home tab, nothing but the architecture tab. I'll draw a line. So here can you see a model line? So when you select the model line, you can see you are getting some temporary dimensions. Can you see here? We are getting the 800, 900, 1000. Can you see the dimensions over here? 1100, 1200. If you're going to zoom a lot, what is happening? The snap value is getting changed. Like after 1200, we will get 1220. What is the increment value we are getting? 20 mm, right? If you are going to move, what is happening? 40. We are not finding a value of 10 mm. After 1240, we will get 1260. Why we are getting 1260? Why we are not getting 1250? Why we are not getting an increment of 10? Because in the settings, we have given the value of 20 mm. Can you see? We have given the value of 20. If you would have given the value or increment of 10, like I'm going to add a value of 10, I'm going to add a semicolon, I'm going to add a semicolon, and I'm going to place over here, semicolon, and I'm going to place here. So now what happens is, when you're going to draw a line, what is happening? For every value, like 380, zoom a lot, 400, 410, can you see now? 420, 430, 440, 450. We are getting the same. So this is a basic setting what you have to provide as per the requirements. Like same thing for the angle also. If you don't want to show the temporary dimensions, you can off from here. If you don't want to show temporary dimensions, you can off from here. Directly you will get the model. I'll show you later how to work with that also. But it should always be on. We don't recommend to keep it off. It should always be on because by looking at this increment, it will be easy for you to mark the point. So these things will be what we have to do on the initial stage. So click here, okay. So the same thing, click manage tab, settings in the snap, please highlight this point, select length dimension snap increment and angular dimension snap increment to turn on the snaps. Enter the stamping increment values, separating the increments with semicolons. Semicolon should be there. There is no limit to the number of increments you can specify. You can specify any value, 5, 10, 3, 2, 100, any value you can specify to n number of intervals. And once it is done, click here, okay. The same screenshot you can see in your notes. I hope it's very clear regarding the snap increment value. Any doubts for anyone?
So in this, we can't manually enter, like we want to move by 15 or something like that. We always have to go through this one.
Yes, whenever you want to go with some restriction increments, you have to provide your own value. Like 15, if you want, you have to add a value of 15.
Okay, we can't do it like what AutoCAD at the rate of 5.
We can provide the coordinates. We can provide, here we don't have an option of limits in the coordinate, like command bar we don't have.
Yeah, command bar, yeah.
We don't have all those things.
Okay.
We have got the coordinate option that will be directly linked with your Google. It will, through the Google map, it will link directly.
Okay.
Okay, but here we cannot specifically provide. We have got the coordinate option also, but the exact geometries of your plan, if you know, then only you can able to provide. Like northing, easting, southing, if you know, then you can able to provide the values over here. Directly according to the site requirements, the plot limits, it will provide. But we don't have an option like limits over here. And to provide the coordinates like from x-axis, so-and-so distance at so-and-so angle, we don't have those options. It's very intelligent software. These options, what we have regarding the coordinates are very vast. The positioning is there, which will be directly located. Everything will be there. And if you want to enable and disable snap, you can enable disable. When you switch off these two things, what happens? You will get a snap on the worker plane, but it will never follow these intervals. Any angle it will provide you, any distance it will provide you. Okay, you can opt this. Like even if you opt this also, the snap will be visible. But what is happening? Any angle value it will show for you. That is the main thing what we have. But it should always be on. It should always be on for you. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this. Provide the snap values. Always keep the snap on. Nothing will happen if it is on. Next, you can see temporary overriding snap settings. Like in the AutoCAD, if you want to extract the midpoint between the two endpoints, so what we do, we are going to right click and we are going to go with the midpoint option. In the AutoCAD, we follow that. Here also we are having the same option. Like you're going to plot, you're going to mark a line and you want the center point of that line. So what you're going to do, you're going to select these options. If you want the midpoint, if you want center point or quadrant point, whatever you want, it will provide. Like I'll show you the best example. So I'm just going to zoom fit. I'm going to provide the snap increment values. Yes, everything is click here. Okay. So when you are going with a line, for example, I'm going to draw a line. I'm going to draw a normal line. Now, before going to the second point, right click and can you see the snap overrides options from here? If you want a midpoint, of this line, whatever the line you're drawing, automatically it will show you the midpoint of that. Automatically it will show you. Can you see the breakup over here? Can you see? It has been divided into two entities over here. If you're going to draw the circle, like I'm going to draw a circle from here, go for the model line. And in the model line, if you want to draw an arc, a circle or ellipse, whatever you want, you can select. I'm going to select the circle option from here. This is the drawing toolbars for me. So here is a circle. So when you're going to draw the circle, if you want any kind of tangent point, for example, so select the tangent point. It will give the tangent point directly. So these things are available when you go with the snap, and this is for one click only. It won't be enabled for the long time, like we don't have the enable or disable option over here. Temporary snap are the options what we find over here. Temporary snaps. If you want the endpoints, it will show you the endpoints. Whatever you want, it will provide you. But generally we follow the endpoint between the two endpoints. Sorry, the midpoint between the two endpoints. This is what we follow generally. Like I want to place any object between the two lines. So we go with this. Like I'm going to draw a line. I'm going to draw a line over here. And I want to place this line exactly at the center. Okay, I want to place this line exactly center. So what I'll do, I'll go with the option of move from here. These are nothing but the modifiers commands what we have. I'll explain you later. This is nothing but mirror. This is offset. This is copy. This is nothing but the move what we have. So when you are going to move from here, so now just right click and go for an option of snap mid between 2 points. Can you see? Snap mid between the 2 points. So select this point and select this point. Automatically will get the midpoint in between. Can you see? The line has been placed exactly at the center. So this is called as the snap override. Like I want to place a lighting fixture exactly between the center of the door, above the door. So you will go with this option. Like you're going to place any kind of HVAC grill. Okay. Between two endpoints. Okay. You need the center point of the room. So in that case, we are going to select the object, right click and just go with the select between the two endpoints. You can able to place over. So this is the best option what we have. So whichever point you want, you can select. I hope regarding this, it's very, very clear for everyone. Following any notes? Now we will define the units, the project units, like in which quantity you want to work. As I told, basically, we have got two different types of quantity. One is the imperial system and one is a metric system. Imperial system means if you want to work in the feet or inches. Metric system means if you want to work with meters, centimeters, or the millimeters. So before starting the project, as we are going to deal with the basic template which is given by the Autodesk, we are going to define the units. So the display format of the various quantities in the product can be specified. Whichever you want to work, you can define. The display format specified affects the appearance of the quantities on the screen. Like if you are going to provide any dimensions, that will be a replica based upon the units what you are giving. So the format of various data of information or presentation purpose can also be specified. Like if you're going to provide any kind of estimation or a quantity, that will also affect the same. So projects units are grouped by disciplines such as common, structure, or electrical. Like we are working with which area? We are working with architecture. So you can select the architecture template over here. Common means for the complete project, for all types of template, the same units will be there. Sometimes what happens? I work with the meters. If the other discipline people may work with millimeters. So in that case, I'll select specific discipline. But if you want to keep the units for all the disciplines the same, select the common over here. So how to select the units? In AutoCAD, we have got a simple shortcut key, nothing but UN, right? So when you type a UN over here, automatically this window will be visible over here. I repeat again, I am typing just UN. So this is a small, command window, I can say, where you can see what we are typing on the bottom of the screen next to your status bar. So here we have got an option of discipline. I'll show you. We have got an option also inside where it is. I'll show you. So which discipline you are working with? Common, electrical, energy, HPC, infrastructure, piping, structure. So we are working with common. So which angle? Angle will always be in degrees. You can go with other also like radians also, but we always follow with the degrees only. So what is the degree decimal you want? 1 decimal, 2 decimal, or 3 decimals? Like 23.25 degrees, 25.255 degrees. That will be defined with your decimal. Like 1 decimal is enough for the degree. 0.1 degree is enough. And click here, okay. The area. Like you want to work with which area? If you want to work with the square feet or square inch or square meters or square millimeters, which one you want to select, you can select. Like I want to work with square millimeters because my dimensions will be in millimeters, right? Rounding decimal 1 or 2, like 3000.1 decimal. That will be the value. If you go with 2 decimals, what will happen? 0.01, 0.02, those things will come. But for the millimeters, 1 decimal is enough. And the symbol, what we get when we are going to mark the area will be in mm square because we are working with square millimeter. If you want to customize, you can customize also. Okay, but we'll go with cost. If you're going to provide the costing, like in which currency you want to provide. Okay, and specify the currency also over here. Okay, later on I'll show you in the BOQ class. So distance. So obviously when we have selected the square millimeter, the distance and the length should also be in millimeters only, right? Agreed? When the area is in square millimeter, the length or distance should also be in millimeters only. So millimeters with 1 decimals, again, symbol will be mm and click here, okay. Again, the length will also be the same. Millimeters, okay, with 1 decimal we will go and the unit symbol will be mm. Click here, okay. The rest, mass density, rotation angle, all these things we don't require right now. For the piping point of view, the mechanical point of view, we require these things, or even for the structure point of view. But as architect point of view, we require the length on the angle, area, cost, distance. These things we require. I hope it's very, very clear regarding these things. So the same thing you can see when you're going to select the common, click here, okay. Right now you can write down in the brackets, UN is a shortcut. UN. Just you should not press the space bar or the enter key like AutoCAD. UN is a shortcut. UN is a shortcut. Please write down. Please write down. UN is a shortcut. So this is the basic concept what we have seen today. The next will be the labels and how to work with labels, all those things. I'll show you again with a new project file. I hope it's very, very clear regarding. First thing, if you're going with the Revit software, we have to first define the project units. In the last class also, I have given you the project units, but that project units I have shown only as a basic default settings. But here we are going to work with a small task, with a small exercise. So how we are going to start the Revit and how we are going to define the units, that is what we are going to say. So what is the shortcut for the units? UN is the shortcut. In Revit, all the shortcuts are customized. You can able to customize the shortcuts. Like in the AutoCAD, we have got the specific shortcuts, but here in the Revit, we can able to customize as per the requirements. So the display format of the various quantities in a plot can be specified with the help of the units option. The display format specified affects the appearance of the quantities on the screen. Like when you're going to measure the room, it can be in terms of square feet, it can be in terms of square meter or the square millimeter. The same thing, whatever is visible on the screen, it will be on a printout also, nothing but in the hard copy. The format of various data for the information or presentation purpose can also be specified. Project units are grouped by disciplines. As I told you in the last class, common is the main thing what we are going to process. Structure, electrical, mechanical, we have got different disciplines over here. But for all the disciplines, better to go with common only, because if you go with millimeters, if the other discipline go with some other value, what happens? There can be a kind of confusion. The conversion issues may come into picture. So try to go with a common unit for all the services. So when the discipline is changed, a different units type becomes available. In the project unit dialog, the display format of each unit can be previewed, like figure 3 you can see. What is the shortcut we are going to use? UN is a shortcut. So here, follow the same thing which is on the screen when you are going to practice for the first time. So UN is a shortcut. Discipline is the common. Length, I'm going with millimeters. Area is the square millimeters or the meter square, whatever it is. Volume, meter cube. Angle, if you want, you can specify, or else you can ignore. And the format will be millimeters, 1 decimal, 2 decimal, you can select. Unit symbol if you want, you can go with mm. Again, click here. Okay. So you can see the same thing. I have opened the Revit software. So here I'm going with architectural template. So select this one, and by default, we are going with the template which is given by the Revit. So here you can see we have got the Revit screen. Okay. So here what I'm going to type, UN is a shortcut. So when you're going to type the UN, what is happening? You will be getting a project units window. Here we have got some options like common, structure, HVAC, electrical, piping, energy. So I'm going to select the common one. Again, length. Okay, if you want to go with millimeters, go with millimeters. Rounding decimals 1 or 2, you can select any one. Unit symbol is millimeter. Again, click here. Okay. Next, you can see area. Area means what? Here it should be square millimeters. Then again, we have got the 1 or 2 decimals. Again, the square is a unit symbol over here. Click here. Okay. Then again, the volume, it should be what? Cubic millimeters, because everywhere we have taken the same value. So 1 decimal, 2 decimal, you can select. Again, the cube is a value. Click here. Okay. So everything you can see, we have taken the again the square, again the cube. If you want, you can go with feet and inches also. You can go with any value. So once this is done, click here. Okay. So this is the first thing what we need to define whenever we are going to work with any new task. So once when you define this, what we are going to see next, we are going to see the levels. So what is meant by level? I think the horizontal plane is called as a level. Horizontal plane is called as a level. Whenever you open any elevation view, you are going to find the levels. It can be north, east, west, south. It can be any view. So levels are actually the 3D element that are only visible in the views. We cannot see a level in a plan. In a plan, we can able to see the grid or a central line, but in the elevation view or in the sectional views only we can able to see the levels. So most building elements such as floor and beams are hosted by the levels. So generally, whenever we are going to place the floor, beam, wall, or any object, we have to provide a reference level, means on which level you want to place this object. Other elements such as columns and walls are constant to the levels, means these are specific. The label tool is used to find a vertical height or a story within a building. So as I told you, it will define the vertical height, the elevation or the structural or the sectional view, I can say. So creating a label for each snow story or other reference of the building. For example, I'm going to create the first floor, the top of the wall or base of the foundation is now simple with this tool. Labels can be added only on the sections or elevation. Please highlight this point. The labels you can able to find only in the sections or elevation views only. So with the help of plan view, we can able to develop the model. And these labels are finite horizontal planes. We don't have any kind of limits command in the Revit. We have got infinite plane. There is no limit, I can say. And this will act as a reference for the label hosted elements. What are hosted elements? As I told you, the objects which should represent your model are called as hosted elements, such as roof, floor, and the ceiling. These things we need to make at site only. So label extents can be resized so that you not display in the certain view. One can also hide label annotation after adding it. If you want, you can temporarily hide. Like in the AutoCAD, we have got the layers option to hide or to freeze or to off. Like same here also we have got some options. So how to work with that? Open a project. On the application menu, click new project, open default metric.rt template. If you want, you can go with this. First here, please highlight these points. Double click on the nodes elevation view. In the project browser, in the elevation views, open any view like north, east, west, south as per your interest or as per the site conditions, I can say. So now go for the manage tab, settings panel and select project settings. Without this also we can go, as I told you just now, go with U and enter. Or else if you want to go with settings, go with manage, settings panel, again the select point units. So select then the format as millimeters. So just now we have done this one. Okay, I have shown you through the command, and here is with respect to your options. So go for the manage tab. Okay, here you can see we have got the manage tab, and go for the settings panel. In the settings panel, you are going to find the project units. So select this option. So when you select this option, okay, the same thing just now what we have defined is displayed over here. Now one thing remember, only for temporary you can see. Can you see the screen, everyone? So in the project units, can you see a shortcut as UN? When I'm going to keep my cursor on the project units, can you see after project units in the bracket UN is there? That is a shortcut of this option. Okay, whatever is written in the bracket will be the shortcut. Like if you're going to keep another thing, like GL is a shortcut for the global parameter. If you want to open this global parameter without going into the manage tab, just type GL. It will open, right? So from here also, you can select that one. I hope it's very, very clear. Now open which view? Any view. You can see in the project browser, we can open any view in the elevations east, north, south, west. As in the notes, I have given the example of north, so open the north elevation. All the views right now will look same. All the views will look same. So right now we are working with which units? Nothing but metric system in the millimeter. So by default, in the template, what they have given, the level 1 is at 0 mm and the level 2 is at 4000 mm. Means the one specific floor height of the building is going to be defined over here. Okay, one specific floor height that is going to be defined over here. So how to create and edit labels over here? Here you can see. Double click on the level 2 elevation value and enter 3000. If you want to modify, like previously it was how much? 4000. If you want to change, double click on that integer, it will automatically change. Like 3000 is the value. Again, go for the home tab, datum panel, click label. If you want to add other labels, I'll show you again. What is home tab? Please write down. If in the notes, if it is mentioned as home tab, that means it's an architectural tab. Our title course is what? Architecture now. So home tab is nothing but the architectural tab. In the menu bar, you can find this. So In the home tab, datum panel, click level. And here, first we will see here. So these are infinite planes. There is no limit over here. Can you see there is no limit? Wherever you want, you can drag and you can place. So what is the distance we are getting here? 4000 mm, right? So if you want to change this value, you can click on the temporary dimensions also and you can type it over here. So automatically it will move. But make sure that don't go with this option because it will affect your level, which level you want to change. So directly select the value from here. Okay, directly select the value from here. So how you want to modify? Like 3000 mm, right? So enter the value. Okay, sorry, I have entered 30,000. So just double click on this one and go for the option of 3000. So you can see we have got an offset of 3000. Means from here to here the distance is 3000 mm. For example, if you are working in millimeter, right? If you're working in millimeter, but you need a value in feet. So conversion will take time now. That 10 feet equal to how much millimeters? Again, you have to go with lengthy process. So here in a Revit, as I told you, it's very intelligent software. Even if you enter 10 feet also, automatically it will convert the value 3048 mm. Can you see? Automatically it will convert the values. Our basic default value is what? Millimeter. But how much is the value I've given? 10 feet. So automatically it will convert because sometimes we are much familiarized or habituated to work with feet and inches. But directly to jump with millimeter, it will be slightly difficult because always we have to convert. So to overcome all those conversions, we can type directly as 10 feet over here so that it will convert and it will provide you the output. This is the best advantage what we have in the Revit. So here, whichever value you want, you can enter over here. Like I want something like 3000. So I'm entering 3000 over here. Following. Next, if you want to add any other levels, like this is my ground floor level. This is my first floor level. Again, the second floor, third floor, fourth floor. So these kind of levels you are going to find. So if you want to add that, go for the home tab, nothing but the architectural tab. In the datum panel, click level. In the draw panel, select pick line, enter offset as 3000 in the options bar. Create a level by making level 1 as a reference. And if you want, you can go with minus value also. And sometimes we will go with the basement areas, right? We will go with some cellars. So that will be with respect to your minus value. So here, go for the architectural tab, which is called as a home tab. In the datum panel, can you see we have got levels? So select this level. So now you will get an options bar. This is called as the green color panel. What you can see is the option bar. So how much is the offset you want to provide? Enter over here. So I need something like 3000 mm, right? So here we have got two options. One is to draw, one is to sketch, and one is to pick line. So go with pick line. So select the line from where you want to make an offset. So if you're going to keep your cursor on the above, it will make an offset on the upside. If you're going to keep the cursor at the bottom side, it will make an offset at the bottom side. Depending upon your cursor position, it will place. So I'm going to keep at the upside. So automatically you can see we have gotten. Can you see here? So in one click, we are going to get. So if you want to exit from that command or option, just go for the right click and cancel. If you click one time, you will not be back. You have to click 2 times. Right click cancel, right click cancel. Now you are out of that command. Nothing but the offset and the label command. You are back into the normal way. If you go with one time as escape or the cancel, it will not. You have to go with 2 times. Right click cancel, right click cancel. Okay. If you click one time, you will be in the command, but option will be disabled. If you go with one more time cancel, you will be out of the command. So here, based upon that, you can able to provide the value like 3000, 6000. You can go with hundreds of levels. No issues with that. If you go with minus, you can also go with minus also. Like I'm going to go with some basement. So go for the home tab. In the label, provide a value. How much you want? Like something like minus 1200 as mentioned in the note. Select the value. and I'm going to select over. Automatically you can see it has given. I hope it's very, very clear regarding the levels for everyone. So now if you want to rename the levels, because if you see 1, 2, 3, 4 levels, we cannot able to memorize. It will be very difficult to memorize. So we have to provide our names, like this is the ground floor, this is the first floor, this is the roof, or you have to provide some value. So double click on that one, automatically it will go into the rename option. So like this, you can able to rename. So before renaming, it will give you the warning message, right? So here you can see we have got in the floor plans. Can you see we have got some levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because we have added. Initially it was only 0, 1 or 1, 2, but now we have got some 5 levels over here. So if you want to rename, like I want to rename this, so what is the name you want to provide? Something like basement. You want to provide a name as basement. So before renaming, it will ask a warning message. Yes. If you want to rename this, okay, write a name as something like plinth level, for example. So click here, yes. Again, you can say this is what, nothing but your plinth level. Then again, this is nothing but your first roof. Whatever name as per your understanding you want, you can provide. Okay, then again, you can see you can provide the second name as what? Second roof. It should be easy for us to remember if you go with your own names, but it should be technical. Then again, go with third roof. I hope it's very clear. Okay, how to rename the levels. So you can see it will provide the same name effect over here. You can actually right click also and you can rename from here also. Instead of renaming from here, you can rename from here also. Vice versa. But this is a professional way to work on the plane. So as per that, you can able to remember. So now if you want to offset the bubble, like sometimes what happens, we will get some multiple number of levels. We will get some multiple number of levels in a small span. So what we have to do, these bubbles, we have to make an offset. Only the bubble, the elevation mark, what you can see, this circle is called as elevation mark. So this will get overlapped. So we have to provide an elbow and we have to offset this. That is what we are going to see here. So what you have to do, when you select this one, can you see we have got an elbow over here, a small elbow. So when you select this one, you will get a offset, so that if it is getting disturbed with any other text, you can go with this. If you want to bring it down, you can bring down. You can customize as per your own wish. However you want to arrange, you can arrange. So it's very friendly to work with the Revit software. As per your wish, you can play. The same thing you can see. I hope it's very clear. And now if you want to lock, you can lock. So if you lock, what happens? It will not move from one point. Can you see I'm locking? This is already in lock position. Now it's unlocked. So if it is locked, what happens is when you're going to select, when you're going to select any level, so if you're going to drag, all the levels will move. If you're going to unlock and if you're going to move and if you're going to select, if you're going to unlock and if you're going to select only one level, so only one level will move. If it is in lock way, what happens? All the levels will move. Like for example, these 4 levels are locked. So if you want to drag, you can drag and you can move. If you want to drag, if you want to extend only one, first unlock, select that specific level which you want to keep something from here. Following everyone? Okay, so this is the way how we have to play with the levels. Now talking about the grids. So grids can also be called as center lines. So use the grid tool to place column grid line in the building design. You can add them columns along the column grid line. Generally, we are going to use a grid line to place the columns. So grid lines are finite. Same like the horizontal plane, these are also the infinite planes only, okay, like the levels. So you can drag the extents in the elevation view. So this you can see in the plan also, you can see in the elevation view also. Sometimes they will intersect, sometimes they will not, as per the coordinates what you are going to provide. So these grids can be straight line, can be in arc, can be in multi-segment, can be in diagonal way also. It depends upon the structural design, how you are going to plan, how you are going to propose. It can be a straight line, it can be an arc, or it can be a diagonal line, it can be anything. Now how to add the grid? So open the project, change to foundation floor plan, or open any level. So go for the architecture tab, data panel, grid. So from here, we were sketching the levels in which view? In the elevation view. But now we have to open. Previously, we have opened what? Which can also be called as center line. Grids can also be called as center line. In the elevation view, we created levels. But if you want to make a grid, we have to open any plan. So I will be going with the bottom side, nothing but the basement. So go for the basement floor plan from here. So double click on this one. This is the limited basement floor plan. Now here we are going to sketch. So what is happening in the same architecture tab in the data panel? Can you see the level is hidden? Now it is disabled for us. This will be enabled only in the elevation view. So select the grid from here. So now provide the sketch. Okay, so wherever you want, you can place now. And here you can see the drawing toolbar. We have got some options also. So as per that, we can select and we can able to place. So here we have got a line. We have got the 3-end arc. We have got center and nothing but the 2-point arc, and we have got a pick line also. So I'll sketch one grid over here from first to the last. Okay, I'm going to sketch one grid from the first to the last. So can you see? I'm going to sketch. So this is my first grid. Now, if you want to provide any kind of distance from grid to grid, so here we will be finding the option of offset. So here you can see this is nothing but the option of the offset. When you're going to select the grid, so select this one, provide the value at what distance you want to make an offset. You can go with copy also. I'm going to provide an offset of something like 3500. And select the copy. Copy should be there because this will also be there and the next one should also be there. That is the reason. So select the value from here to here. So select the grid. Yeah. Select the offset. Go for the copy. Go for the grid. Again, go for the pick line option. Provide the offset of something like 3500. This is the pick line. Now provide the offset. Can you see here? If you're going to keep on the right side, it will make an offset on the right side. If you're going to keep on the left side, it will make an offset on the left side. So I'm going to keep on the right side. So select this. So it will make an offset. So if you want to modify the value, like something like 4500, you can select and you can place from here. If you want to modify something like 6500, you can select and you can place. Right click cancel, right click cancel if you want to come on. So we have got the grids. If you want a bubble, by default, he will give you the notations like 1, 2, 3, 4 or ABCD. You can modify also. Okay, you can select and you can modify from the properties. That's a secondary case. If you want a bubble on the other side also, so select this one and can you see a bubble over here? So select, you will get the bubble on the other side also. Select and select this one. Again, you can select and you can change from here. So it's very simple to work with all this. Can you see? We have got the bubbles on either sides. The same thing if you want any kind of horizontal. So go for the home tab, architecture tab, go for the grids. In the grids, you can see first sketch. I'm going to sketch one. Then again, we are going to go with the offset. So go for the architecture, go for the grids. Here I'll be going with the pick line option. From here, we are going to select something like 3500, for example. So select it and place it. Again, go with an option of something like 6500. From here to here. Again, we will go with an option of 7,000, 8,000. There is some error occurred. I hope it's very clear for this. It's very simple. So draw the grid in the desired length as per your wish. So Revit Architecture automatically numbers each grid. So it will make right, left, whatever numbers you are going to provide. You can A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 1 dash, 2 dash, 3 dash. As per your wish, you can able to provide those things. I hope it's very clear regarding this. Correct. The same options we have. If you want an elbow for the grids, you can change the elbow, provide the mark if it is getting overlap. And if you want to extract, if you want to drag, you can unlock and you can drag. From the temporary dimensions also, you can modify. So in this way, you will be finding the grids on any work plane whenever you are going to work with any projects. I hope it's very clear regarding this for everybody. Any doubts
Yes.
for anyone?
Can we import these? Sometimes you have the CAD drawings also with this grid. Can you import that also directly into this, or we have to make it from scratch only?
In the 10th chapter, I'll show you how to import, how to export
Okay.
fully. Yes, we can do everything. All the Autodesk files we can play from one software to the software. All the Autodesk. So next we are going with the walls. Okay, so now we are going to start the first basic option. So what are walls? Wall is actually a partition which we are going to provide between or among the rooms. So like other basic elements in the Revit building model, walls are instance of predefined system family types. By default, even if you're not going to install the library also, you will get the walls because these are by default given by the Autodesk. So you can customize these characteristics by modifying the wall type properties to add or remove layers. What is meant by adding layers in the wall? Like initially it will be a brick wall. After that we are going to provide different number of plasters. Okay, like hard plaster, soft plaster. Then again we are going to provide the putty. Then again we are going to provide the primer. Then again we have got the paint or any kind of texture effect. So these are nothing but the levels. Okay, these are nothing but the layers for us. So which will define the thickness or assigned materials. So you can add walls to Revit building model in the wall to by selecting the desired wall type and placing instance of that type in a plan view or the 3D view. So in the Revit, we have got three different types of wall. One is a basic wall, stack wall, and the curtain wall. So for the complete interior side, we are going to work with the basic wall only. I'll show you this first. So I define the units. For the practicing point of view, I'm going with the millimeters only. So now this the first level what I have got is the level 1 in the floor plan. We will develop a model in the floor plan only. So in the architectural tab, can you see the wall? So in the wall, how many different positions we have? One is wall architectural, one is wall structural, one is wall by face. Wall architectural is a type of wall what we are working. Wall structure is also there, wall by face is also there. Okay, wall by face we will see in the chapter 6. Wall structure is the scope of a civil engineer whenever they go with the Revit structures. So anyhow, we will go with wall architectural. So when you select this one, now you will get a property. Can you see the property toolbar? So in the property bar, you can see we have got three different types of wall. One is nothing but the basic wall. Can you see the category of basic wall over here? Next, when you come down, in the basic wall, we have got these type of walls. Again, you can see we have got the curtain wall. Again, you can see we have got the stack wall. So in the basic wall, select any type of wall. Any type of wall. By default, it will give you generic 200 mm. 200 mm is the thickness of the wall. Generic 200 mm is the by default wall it will give. So I'm going to select this one. So when you select this one, this wall has been enabled for you. This wall has been enabled for you. So before sketching the line, you have to define the location line. Location line means from which point you are going to provide the plan. Like in AutoCAD, we will work with the 2D model. But here the model will be in a 3D way. So whenever you're going to select the point, it will select with according to the location line option what we have provided. It will select two parallel lines, I can say. So a wall location line property specify which of its vertical plane is used to position the wall in relation to the part to sketch or otherwise specifying in the drawing area In other way, the location line is plain in the wall that does not change even if the wall changes, even if the wall type changes. Only to sketch the wall, we require the location line. That's it. I'll show you first one. So we have got, okay, 5 options over here: core, center line, finish face exterior, finish face interior, core face exterior, core face interior. Always remember that whatever the dimensions which are present inside the plan will be according to the finish face interior. Like if I say in my bedroom, the dimensions is 12 feet by 14 feet. So these dimensions will be from finish face interior to finish face interior. Core means without any kind of material. Center line is exactly from the center of the wall it will be. Like if your wall is of 9 inches, the center line will be at 4.5 inch. So how to use this wall? So open the project, select the wall tool from the home tab. I repeat again, wherever there will be a home tab, just remember it's an architectural tab in the menu bar. So in the property palette, click edit type, open the type property box. Always duplicate the wall. Don't go for the same wall which is given by the Revit. Okay, do not go with the same type of wall. Always rename. Do not disturb the library which is given by the Revit. I'm going to select the library. I'm going to make it duplicate. As per your understanding, provide a name. Like 1 I provide because it will arrange all your materials in the serial numbers. So if you provide 1, on top list, your wall will be there. It won't take much time to search. So I've taken 230 mm of wall thickness. Okay, I've taken the basic wall of it. Click here, okay. Then again, if you want to edit the structure, we have got the option of structure now. If you want to provide any kind of material effect, you can also provide. As an option I'm showing here, but I don't recommend to go with any kind of structural materials right now. It will waste your time. So edit structure under construction parameter, edit assembly dialog box, click insert twice or to insert 2 more wall layers. Using up and down, adjust the position of the layer. So here you will get this edit assembly option. I will show you first, no issues. So I'll be going with the home tab. In the home tab, I'll select the wall. By default, it will give you the basic wall. I told you to go with edit type. In the edit type, can you see? Okay, you will be getting an option of the type properties. The last class we have seen what is type, what is instance property. So here by default, it will give you the basic wall, what we have selected, the generic 200. I don't recommend to touch this wall, which is given by the Revit. Always try to duplicate. So I'm providing a name as 1 outer wall or exterior wall, whatever it is. Like something like 230 mm. As per your understanding point of view, you can write a name. So click here, okay. So once when you specify, okay, you will get the new wall of 1 outer wall of 230 mm. Now, if you want to edit the structure, means the properties of the wall, you can go with edit. So open the preview window from here. Okay, whatever you are going to define, it will provide you the preview over here. In the plan, how it looks. Okay, this is a floor plan view. So if you want, you can insert, like I'm going to insert 2 things over here. That means I'm going to provide some additional materials on the either sides. So this is the main wall for me. I'll just go with up option because this is the wall, complete wall. At this side, I need some thickness. At this side, I need some thickness. So this will be of 200 mm. And here I'm going to provide the 15. And here I'm going to provide the 15. So what is the complete width of the wall now? 200 plus 15 plus 15. Can you see? 200 plus 15 means 230, nothing but 9 inch of wall, I can say. Now for this, if you want to provide any kind of material, you can also provide the material. But I don't recommend to provide the material right now. Like any color or anything, if you want, you can provide. Okay, when you're going with all these options, it will waste your time. I don't recommend because we have got a specific class and specific chapter for this. As an option in the wall, I'm showing you. Okay, so don't go. Provide a layer. How many layers you want, you can provide. Like plaster level, fine plaster level, putty level, how many levels you want, you can provide. By means of up and down, you can provide the levels. So click here, okay. I'm not providing right now. And the height of the wall is how much? 3000 or 4000 mm, whatever you want, you can provide. Like I'm going with 3000 mm. So click here, okay. So now you have got a family of 230 mm and this is a complete wall, and click here, okay. And click here, okay. So the same thing, if you want, you can apply the material, but I don't recommend right now. So in the material column, select the type of material dialog and select the color, like whichever you want, you can select from there. But I don't recommend to go with all these options because the file unwantedly will become heavy, will not respond sometimes. So whichever color you want, you can select. Okay, that is the reason I'm not explaining all these things, because we have got a special class and a special chapter for the material effect. There I'll explain all these things. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this, how to make it work. Now, the same option, if you want, you can see now we have got the outer wall. Now provide the height. What is the height of the wall you want? In the options bar, you can specify, or is in the property also. Like I have given the height of something like 3000 mm. Now in the option bar, from which point you want to draw, from the finish face, interior, exterior, whichever you want. And which finish face, interior. So now draw the wall. I'm going to draw a wall of how much? 6600. Again, you can see something like 8800. So in this way, you can select. Can you see? We have got the complete thing. So we have taken the finish face interior now. So the complete interior dimension is of 8800 by 6600 kb. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this for everyone. How to make a wall. If you want any other objects in this one, so go for the wall option. In the library, can you see we have got the same, okay, profile. So if you want a rectangle, can you see the drawing commands what we have got? This is the rectangle, pentagon, okay, circle, arc, whatever you want, you can select. Yeah. Like if you want a rectangle, I have taken the finish face interior for provided box. Now I have provided a box, but without any dimension. If you want to change the dimension from here, you can change. Like I need something like 10,000, for example. So it will be exactly 10,000. From the temporary dimensions also we can change as per your interest. Now if you want to select vertical, horizontal will change. Like I need something like 8,000. So it will change. So as per your wish, you can able to provide. Now, if you want to provide any kind of opening in the wall, like something like arch, if you want, you can also provide that also. Select any wall, like we have taken a wall in the plan. So when sketching a wall by picking 2 points, Revit Architecture draws a rectangular wall by default. The shape of the wall can be modified and openings can be added by elevation profile. To edit a wall elevation profile, the view must be parallel and can be either section or elevation view. Whenever you are going to make an wall opening, remember that it should be a section or it should be an elevation view. Okay, so select the wall as shown in the below image. Go for the edit profile tool from the mode panel. In the figure 20, you can see. Okay, so select any wall from the plan. Like this was my plan. I have selected any wall and go for the wall opening. Sketch completely. It should be a closed profile like hatch. In the AutoCAD, when you provide the hatch, it should be a closed block, right? So same like that here also, whenever you're going to make any profile or any kind of opening, it should be a close. So it will be something like this. So you can see, I am selecting this wall. In this wall exactly at center, or in this wall exactly at center, I want an opening. So select this one. Can you see in the modify walls in the mode panel, can you see the edit profile option? So go for the edit profile. So this wall is visible with east or west view. So open any view. I'm going with east. Click here, open. So now you can see we have got the east opening. In this sketch, whatever you want to sketch, like you want any kind of open window, you can provide a mark over here, or you want any kind of arc. Okay, so I'm going to provide a height of something like 2100 in the center, and I'll go with thick line and select the offset, which is something like 1500 on the either sides. For example, can you see? In this side, I have taken the 1500. If you want any kind of arc, go with the arc option. Okay, so select the arc option from here. You can go with 3 arc option. Okay, this is the start, end, radius arc option. So start, again go with end, again provide the arc. Right click cancel, right click cancel. Whichever angle you want, you can modify from later on. So we have got. But this is not an opening because this is a complete rectangular wall. So this should be open. This we have to keep it open because the path should go something like this. There should be no line over here. If you are going to sketch, you are going to finish this, it will give you the warning message. Can you see it will give you the warning message? So we have to first make an opening over here. So you can drag a line from here to here and you can place. It is actually in a block mode. You can drag and place from here to here. But the simple way what I suggest is here you can see we have got the split element option. You can just break the line first. Then again go for the trim option. Trim extend to corner, same like the AutoCAD. So select this line and this line. Again this line with this line. Again this line with this line. So what is happening over here? The wall has been closed. Now go with finish option. So there will be no warning message over here. So in the quick access toolbar, you will be finding the 3D view. So here you can see we have got a wall again. Whenever you are going to work in a plan in 2D, automatically the 3D will get updated. I'll repeat again, you can see, go for the floor plan. I'm going with the level 1. Can you explain again? Yes, I'm showing you again. Here I want to make an opening in this wall. So select the wall first, go for the edit profile. Here you can see select any view because this wall is visible with north view or the south view. I'm going with north. So click here open view. So you can see the wall view has been opened. Now sketch the profile. Like I want to make an arch over here. Okay, I want to make an arch. It's something like a 2100 mm or whatever the value. Like in this way, I want to go something like 1000 mm. Again, this way I want to go with something like 1000 mm. I told you the last class now, snap settings. So with that only I'm doing this switch. So here you can see we have got this one. Now go with 3-point option, the arc option. So start, end point and the midpoint. This is the starting point, this is the ending point, and this is the arc point. Right click cancel, right click cancel. Now we are going to remove this because this was a reference line so that exactly on the center of the wall it should be. I'll delete this and delete this. Fine. Now this should be in a continuous path. This is not continuous right now because the line is going somewhere over here. Again, the line is going upside over here also. So from the modify tab, we have to go with split. We are going to break. Like in the AutoCAD, we have got the divide. So go with the split, select the point from. Right click cancel, right click cancel. Now here, if you don't know the trim, just select drag and place. You can also place the bubble from here to here also. And place the bubble from here to here also. Professionally is to go with the trim only. So can you see this is continuous now? Now it is going from here to here, again from here to here. Now the profile has been done. Click here, finish. Now when you open the 3D, in the quick access toolbar, you will get the 3D. So here you have got the opening for the wall. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this. Mrs. Aisha, it's clear for you now? Okay, the same example you can see in the notes also. So this is what we have in the chapter 2. Okay. So please go through. If you have any doubts, you can please clarify. Follow my notes. Whatever the instructions I am giving you in the class and in the notes, please follow that
please make a hard copy of the material. In the class also, you can maintain the running. So please work, please practice. So chapter 3, inshallah, we will start in tomorrow's class along with some modified comments.
I just had a question.
Yes.
You made the wall with the 230 thickness and length and breadth. How do you get the height? Where do you mention the height of the wall?
1000 yeah, I have given you the properties. I'll show you again. Okay, you can see I'm opening the floor plan. So in the wall, when you go with the properties, edit type, this is the wall which I created, right? So if you want to edit the structure, go with the edit structure. Can you see the sample height? I've given the 3000. If you are not giving,
okay, fine.
If you're not giving here, later on also you can give. Like when you're going to sketch, like I'm going to give it the line option to draw the wall. Can you see in the options bar we have got the 3000 mm height, unconnected height over there. Sometimes, okay, it will provide you from which level to which level. You can enter manually also, or else you can select the level, like from level 1 to level 2. So, if not, in the property also you can see, you can write from multiple ways. In the last class, we have seen how to work with the wall and how to place the opening in the wall. Now in the next chapter, we are going to see the modified commands. Like in the AutoCAD also, we are going to classify the commands in terms of drawing, in terms of modify. So same like that here, we are going to work. So in the modify, we have got some commands, like we have got copy, we have got move, we have got mirror. So all those things today, inshallah, we are going to see. So what is meant by modified commands? First, we will understand this. So modified commands will help to speed up the process and accuracy of adding building components. If you want to place an object, in that case, you require a few options, like you need move, you need copy, you need mirror, etc. If you are not using this, what happens? Again, from the library, you have to pick, you have to load, you have to insert in the plan. So that is time taking. So with the help of these modified commands, we are actually going to increase the speed of the file. So in the modified toolbar, we have got various tools. With the help of this, we are going to place the building components. So all the modified commands we are going to use to place the building components. The first thing what we have is nothing but the move. The first thing what we have is nothing but the move. So here you can see in the menu bar, we have got the modified tab. In the modified tab, can you see we have got the modified different commands over here. Can you see? We have got align, move, offset, copy, mirror, rotate. We have got all this. So this is what we are going to learn today. This is what we are going to learn today. So first thing here in the modify is nothing but the move command. The name itself indicate if you want to move an object from one point to other, we are going with the modify command. Sorry, we are going with the move command. If you're going to move an object from one point to other. So please highlight whatever I'm explaining in the notes, because it will be very difficult for you again to revise the topics. The move tool allows you to change the location of selected objects. You can move the object by dragging or using the move tool. What is meant by dragging? Dragging means using the arrow keys up, right, left, down. Okay, with the help of that also you can move. So you can move a hosted component. As I told you, the components which will represent your drawing is called as host component. So you can also move a host component also from one point of view to other point of view. Like for example, if you want to move a window from one wall to other, you can easily move. But the thing is what? The dimensions may not match with the requirements of your new window. So when you're going to move, you have to remember two things. One is nothing but the distance and one is nothing but the angle. So whenever you're going to move, what happens? The distance and the angle will change. I hope it's very clear for everyone. The distance and the angle will change whenever you're going to work with this. So first we will see what is meant by move by tracking. So when you talk about the move by tracking, that means you can click and drag a selected element to a new location in the drawing area. If multiple elements are selected, they allow move when you drag one. Like here you can see I've got one architectural drawing. So in this architectural drawing, can you see we have got some doors, we have got some windows, or we have got different components. So if you want to move this component from one point to other, like I want to move this window from one point to other. So can you see automatically when you're selecting the window and when you're going to keep your cursor, it is showing you the move option. Can you see we are getting the 4 arrow marks now? So with the help of arrow keys on the keyboard, you can move based upon the snap increment values what you have provided, like 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 9 inches, whatever you have provided with the zoom factor, which is on your screen. Based upon that, it will move. So you can go with the right, left, up, down as per the requirements. So this is the basic option what we have with the help of move by dragging. So elements can be moved one at a time by selecting press and drag on the status bar, which allows the element to be dragged without selecting it first. When using this option, the element is selected in this drag. Use arrow keys on the keyboard to move the selected elements vertically or horizontal. That means you can move right, left, upside, downside. So this is the simple option what we have. But professional point of view, I don't recommend to go with move by dragging. Always use the coordinates. Always use the distances to move the object from one point to other. So this is what is mentioned over here. To move the element using the move tool. So do one of the following. Like select the element first. Like I have selected window. So elements to move and select the move tool from the modify element tab. Go for the modify panel. As I told you that in the main menu bar, this is the main menu bar for us. So in this, can you see we have got the modify. In this modify, we have got some modify commands. Can you see this is the modify category. So you want to move this window from one point to other. So select the window, go for the move option from here. So you will be getting an options bar. This horizontal line, what you can see is called as options bar. Like in the AutoCAD, we have got the command bar. Here we are having the options bar. So in this, we have got two options. One is constraint, one is disjoint. Constraint means it's something like your ortho is on in AutoCAD. That means it will move either in x-axis or in terms of y-axis only. Like I'm going to move this window from one point to the other. So you can see this cursor is moving either at the right side, okay, or either at the left side. Can you see this? If you're going to turn off this, if you're going to disable this, okay, if you're going to disable this, automatically you can see like I'm selecting the window, I'm going with the move object, I have disabled this. I will select the disjoint option from here. Now what happens is you can move this object as per your requirements wherever you want to move. Like the simple option we have in the ortho. Like whenever the ortho is on, what happens? The object will move either in the x-axis or else in the y-axis. But if you're going with disjoint option, disabling your constraint, what happens? This will move with any angle. So in the move, you can specify your distance along with the angle also. At what angle you want to move, you can also take the reference point and you can also move. So this is a basic option what we have in the move element. So you can see select the modify from the modify panel, select the move. So you have got two options in this. One is constraint and one is disjoint. So please highlight this. So click constraint to restrict the movement of the element along vectors that run perpendicular or collinear to the element. That means you can move either in terms of x-axis, either in terms of y-axis. When you're going to select the disjoint, that means it will break. Like in AutoCAD, we have got explode. So we are going to explode that object from the selected point to any other point. So click disjoint to break the association between the selection and other elements before moving back. I hope so regarding this, it's very clear. At last, in the options bar, you can see one more point, nothing but called as multiple. So here, when you're going to select this, okay, when you're going to select this, first I'll disable this. So I'll select the window. I'll go with the move. So when you're going to, not for this, like I'm going to select this, I'm going to select this door, for example. I'm going to select this, I'm going to select this. So now when you're going to select this, so what is happening? The multiple option we are getting over. It is getting enabled. So at a time, if you want to move two objects, so click multiple to get multiple copies of an element. Every time you click in the drawing area, the option is available only when the copy option is selected. So in the move, copy should be there. In the move, the copy should be there. So select this one, or else you can see next to this, we have got the copy. So when you're selecting the window, when you're going with the move, so can you see the multiple is on? That means this object will be in this position also. This option will make a replica wherever you want to place. Like I'll just remove the constraint from here. I'll copy the object from this point to this point. So what is happening? The object will be at this point also. The object will be at this point also. The same object. Okay, there is no much difference between the copy and move over here. So even in the copy also we have got the same option. Being in the move also we have got the same option. So a preview image of the element displays. So whenever you're going to move an object from one point to another point, what happens? Before moving, it will show you the preview. So move the cursor in a direction that you want to move, the element to move. The cursor snaps to the snap points. In the last class, we have seen the snap values now. How much distance you want to move. So based upon the temporary dimensions you are going to place. So type a value for the distance to move the element and press enter. For example, in this figure, I have taken the reference of a door. So you can move a door, you can move any component. You can move any component from one point to other point. So this is what we have in the move command. I hope it's very clear regarding this. So next you can see we are going with the copy. We are going with the copy. So generally, what is the shortcut for the copy? We have Ctrl+C. And if you want to paste, Ctrl+V. So along with this, we have got one more option I'll show you. So the copy tool copies one or more selected element. That means pressing the control key, you can select multiple elements also at a time. So if you want to copy an object from one point to other point immediately, in that case, we will go with the copy command. So Revit provides several methods of copying. One or more elements, select an element. Copy tool to copy elements and place them immediately. You can go with Ctrl+C also. Or similar to this, we have got one more option I'll show you, which is called as instance of a selected element. So to copy an element, the first thing what we have to do is go for the modify tab. In the modify, select the copy. Okay, then again, whichever object you want to select. Again, place the object as per the requirements. So here I want to copy this window. So I have selected this window. So can you see we are into the modify tab only. So in the modify tab, can you see we have got the copy. So in this copy, we have got two things. One is constant and one is multiple. So constant means this will align with respect to only one direction only. Wherever you want, you can place. This will move either with terms of x-axis, or if you're going to remove the constants. So in this case, what happens? This can be placed as per the requirements. So if you want to place it over here, you can place it over here. As per your wish, you can place. So this is the best option what we have in the copy. If you're disabling this, what happens? Once when you place an object, you will be out of the command. You will be out of the command. If you are into the multiple option, that means continuously until unless you press the escape key, you will be into the copy only. If you select multiple, what happens? Continuously you will be into the copy until unless you are going to quit that option. That is the difference what we have. So click once in the drawing area to begin moving and copying the element. So move the cursor away from the original element and towards the area where you want to place a copy. Click to place a copy or enter a value for the listing dimensions. Like if you want to move manually, like I want this window with some specific distance also. So go for the copy. Select the point. Now type the value. Can you see we have got the listing dimensions now? So how much distance you want to place? I want to place this window at a distance of 16 feet. Enter the key. So exactly at distance, whatever you have provided in alignment, it will move at a distance of 16 feet. So as per your wish, you can able to provide. So by means of temporary dimensions also, you can provide the position of the window. Next, we have got the rotate command. Same like AutoCAD, here also we have got the option of rotate. So with the help of the axis points, nothing but the midpoint, I can say, we can able to rotate an object. So this rotate command is applicable with the floor plan, rotated ceiling plan, elevations, and the section views. Elements rotate around an axis perpendicular to the view. In 3D views, the axis is perpendicular to the work plane of the view. Generally, for the 3D view, we will not go with the rotate. For the massing objects, we will go, but not for the 3D views, because if you want anything to be worked in 3D, first open any reference view, like plan, elevation section. Then again, it will automatically provide an impact in the 3D view. So to rotate the element, simply go for the Modify Element tab, Modify Panel Rotate, select the elements to rotate, and then press Enter. So a center of rotation control displays at the center of the selected item. So here also we have got 3 items in the options bar. One is disjoint, one is copy, and one is angle. So what is this? I'll show you first. So first thing here, you can see this window. I want to place exactly at the center of this wall, for example. So what I'll do, I'll go with the Modify Element tab. In the Modify, can you see we have got the Rotate. RO is a shortcut. Whichever thing which is written in brackets is nothing but the shortcut. So select this one. So now we have got the options bar. In the options bar, you can see we have got the disjoint, we have got the copy, we have got some specific angle. Now, the center of rotation. So from which point you want to rotate, whether from this point or from the center point or from any other end point. So right now, it's with respect to the center point only. But if you want to place manually, you can also place, like you want to rotate this window from this point. Okay, you want to rotate. So this is the 0 degrees. And again, from this point to this point, how you want to rotate. Following? Now there will be an error if you are going to rotate in window, because window will be placed in a wall. Like here, there is no wall. We are removing the window from the wall. So there will be an error. Can you see? It will not accept. So if the same window, if you are going to rotate with respect to any other reference plane, so that exactly it's placed with respect to this wall. So in this case, it will accept. Like I am going to take an example of a wall. Okay, I'll draw a simple wall. Go for the wall. I'll see the properties. So the plinth level is the first. So this wall, I'm taking the example of 10 feet. So this wall, I want to rotate with some specific angle. So select the wall. Go for the rotate option from here. So go for the copy. Copy means this wall will also be there and a new wall will also be there. So by default, it has selected the center point of the wall. So from this point, you want to rotate with an angle of 90 degrees. So you can provide either the angle also manually. Okay, you can see 90 degrees, you can type manually. So the wall has been rotated with an angle of 90 degrees. Following? So automatically it will do the trim. It will make it joint. No need to worry about that. If you're going with place a point option, like I'm selecting the wall, I'm going with rotate. In the rotate, if you're going to select the place option, because by default it is in center. But if you want to place the rotate midpoint manually, like from this point you want to rotate. So this is a 0 degree, and whatever the angle you want to rotate, like I want to rotate this wall with an angle of 45 degrees. So just enter the value 45 degrees. So from the selected point, it has rotated the object at a distance of 45 degrees of angle. Sometimes what happens is the objects will be locked in a plane. So in that case, we have to go with disjoint option. Right now, it is not required for us, but sometimes it will be locked or it will be freezed. So if it is not rotating, we have to go with an option of disjoint. Or if you are going with any other value, like if you want to specify the angular value with the help of the center point, like I want to rotate this object with an angle of something like 60 degree, for example. So what happens is, as you enter the value, automatically the object will be rotated with an angle of 60 degrees. So you can specify the angular value in the options bar also if you're going with angle value, or else manually by seeing the listing dimensions, remove temporary dimensions also you can enter over here. So this is what we have over here. So we have got the disjoint. So if you want to break, if you want to explode, if it is freezed in any 2 points, so in that case we have to go with the disjoint. So copy means what? The selected object will also be there, and a new object, whatever you are going to read, that will also be there. Angle means if you want to rotate an object with a specific angle like 45, 60, in that case, we will go with the angle. So now based upon the rotation, you can rotate. Like here, as I told you, like we have got the center rotation place or default. By default, it will be into the center. So click to specify the start ray of rotation. So line displays to indicate the first ray. Means first point will be disabled, enabled. If the cursor snaps for specifying the first ray, the snap line will rotate to the preview box and snap to angle on the screen while placing the second ray. So move the cursor to place the end ray of rotation. So here you can see for the door I have taken. Like I have selected the midpoint of the door. And if you want to rotate, you can rotate whatever the angle you want, you can specify it manually, or else from the angular bar also you can specify. Generally for the doors, we don't rotate. As an example, I'm showing you here. That's it for the proper understanding. So I hope regarding the rotate, it's very clear. So from the listing dimensions also, we can enter the value. So whatever the value you are going to specify based upon the listing, it will rotate the object. So once it is done, click finish rotation. I hope it's very clear regarding the rotate command. Next, we are going with mirror. The name itself indicates means if you want replica or an imaginary image of any object, in that case, we have to go with mirror command or the mirror option. So this mirror is available with two options. One is nothing but pick axis, one is to draw the axis. Like in the AutoCAD also, we used to provide the first point and the second point, then it will provide a mirror. When you are going to mirror, it will ask whether you want the selected object or not, yes or no. So as per the requirements, we used to provide yes or no. So same is the option we are having here. So use the mirror tool to flip a selected element or to make a copy of an element and reverse its position in one step. So the mirror tool mirrors reverse the position of a selected model element. Using a line as a mirror axis, you can mirror in two ways. One is pick axis, one is draw axis. So how to use a mirror? Go for the modify element tab. Go for the modify panel, click either mirror pick axis or mirror draw axis. So you can see we have got a big symbol. Can you see in the modify, we have got two things. One is the mirror pick axis, one is mirror draw axis. So I'll just delete this. Now, if you want to mirror this plan, can you see the same plan I have mirrored? So I got this. So if you want to mirror the complete plan again, you can go with the same mirror option. But here we are having in two options. So select the complete model. I have selected the complete model. So if you're going with mirror pick axis means there should be a reference line. Taking that as a reference line, it will mirror. If you're going with mirror draw axis, that means you have to sketch the line like from this point to this point. Like first point, second point, how we enter in the AutoCAD. So what happens according to this, it will make a mirror for you. According to this, it will make a mirror for you. Can you see? We have got the mirror object. So this is the option what we have. If you are going to select the pick axis, like I'm going to select, and if you are going to go with the pick axis, like I'm selecting this end point, this wall end point as a pick axis. So what happens? There will be an error because two walls will get overlapped. So practically it will be an error. So when you're going to select this, so you will be getting a warning message like two walls are getting overlapped over here. Can you see? Highlighted floor overlaps. So floor, roof, walls, everything will get overlaps. So exactly from that point, it has mirrored the plan. So this is what we have in the mirror. I hope there's a difference between the pick as well as with respect to the draw. You can go with the pick axis or the draw axis option. So if you're going to select the line that appears a mirror axis, select pick mirror axis. Or if you want to sketch a temporary mirror axis line, you can also select that also. So this is what is mentioned over here. Can you see we have got an object here? I have drawn an axis, nothing but the pink, nothing but the magenta line, what you can see. So exactly on this side, it has reversed. If you want to draw the axis, mirror draw axis, so you can see taking this as reference line, nothing but the center line of the wall, it has mirrored the object. It has mirrored the object. Very simple option. Like you want to mirror this door. So what I'll do, I'll go with the mirror axis. If you are having the axis, you can go with this. If there is no axis, draw the axis. Like from this point to this point, I want to make a mirror. Can you see? Now that door is on this side also as well as on this side also. Next, we are going with the array command. So what is meant by array? Arranging something in an order, either in terms of distance, either in terms of angle, right? If you want to arrange an object in an array, like in the linear or radial or angular, we will go with the array option. So it is very easy. If you want to work with array, it will minimize your copy. It will minimize your move option. These two things will be eliminated if you're going with the array command. So here in the Revit, we have got two options. One is linear and the radial. Whereas in the AutoCAD, we used to find the rectangular also. But here we are having the linear and radial only. With the help of these two, we can able to work for the rectangular also. So first we will go with the linear array. So if you want to work with the linear array, first thing you have to go for the modify element tab, go for the array option from that. So from the options bar, click linear first. So select the desired options. Like we have got two options over here. One is group and associate, one is number. Group and associates means whenever it will array your object, it will be in one entity. It will make a group like a block in AutoCAD. So if you're going to specify the number, like I have selected the item and I want to copy that item something like some 10 times. So you have to specify the quantity like 10 times, 12 times, 25 times, whatever you want. If you want to go with move to second option is what? The distance what you want between the objects, that is called as move to second. Last means the first object is at 0 feet. The last object is something like at 100 feet. So in between, how many objects you need? Something like 25. So first object will be at 0 feet. The last object will be at 100 feet. In between this, automatically it will divide and place the 25 objects as per your desired inputs. Again, the constant, the same thing. Constant means what? Like an ortho. If you want to move only with respect to one axis, we will go with the constant option. Following? So here you can see I'm going with the array. In simple words, I'll go with a small wall, drawing a wall from here to here. Now I'll select this wall. In the modify wall element tab, so you can see we have got the array option over here. Can you see AR is a short? So AR. In this array, we have got two things. One is the linear and one is the radial. So first we will see the linear. In this linear, can you see group and associate means when we are going to make a array, it will be in a block. Okay, like a group in AutoCAD. So specify the number of quantities, like how many number of objects you want. Like I need something like 5 objects. So here we have got move to second, last or constant. You can keep constant always as on because it will move in one direction if constant is on. Like I'm going with move to second. So this object I'll specify with distance of something like 25 feet, for example. So what is happening? It has placed an object at distance of 25 feet. How many items you want, you can enter from here. Like I need something like 6 items. So 6 items it will place. What is the distance from center to center now? 25 feet. Following Mr. Kritish, I'll just again repeat. So select the object. I'll go with the array. So in the array, we have got linear as well as the radial. We have got group. Always keep group as enabled, or else what happens? The objects will shuffle. So how many number of items you want, you can specify from here, or else you can go with the work plane also. So move to second means like this, from this object, from the center of the object to center of the object, I am going to keep a distance of 25 feet. So when you select this, he will ask you how many number of objects you need. Like here, I have given 2. Here also you have given 2. If you want to change from here, like you want something like 5. So we can able to move with 5 also. So once it is done, click somewhere on the workbench, you will be out from that. Can you see? Now it is in the group. So even if I selecting any one, it is showing you the quantity. So this is what we have when we go with the distance between the spacing between the object. So if you are going with the next option, what we have got. So when you are going to select the array, and here we have got the last. Last means from the center of this object, I have selected this object, and here I am going with the array option. So if you are going with the last option in the linear, I am going with the last object. So select the point from here, and what is the last distance you want, last interval you want? Something like 135 feet, for example. Something like 135 feet you want. So I'm selecting this. So now what is happening? The interval of 0 to 135 feet has been framed. In between this, how many objects you want? Like I need something like 5 objects. So in between an interval of 0 to 135, it is giving you 5 number of objects. So generally when you're going to provide the railing pipes, the balcony railing pipes, so for those kind of objects, we are going with the array option in the architecture point of view. When you talk about electrical, for the lighting fixtures. When you talk about mechanical, for the HVAC grills, we can go. For the firefighting, we can go with the sprinklers. For the fire alarms, we can go with the detectors. So this is the benefit what we have in the array. I hope it's clear for everyone. Again, in the same array, we have got one more option, the last one. So when I'm going with array, so here we have got the radial option. Can you see the radial? So from this, if you want to copy this object along with some specific reference angle, like I'll go with the normal object, I will go with the normal line. So I'm going with model line. I'm going to draw a circle. So this circle I want, I'll draw one object over here. For example, I'm going to draw a dining table, for example. So I'll select this object. So now I'll go with the array. So this is the array for me. Now here we have got the option of radial. So in the radial, you can specify the group and associate should always be enabled. Now specify the center of rotation from which point you want to rotate. Right now it has selected from this point, but I want to rotate this object from this reference angle. So how much is the angle value you want to rotate? Like 30 or the 60 degrees of angle you want to provide. And how many number of items you want, you can specify. Like I need something like 12 items or the 6 items. 6 are 36. So 6 items I use. So between this angle to this angle has placed some 6 objects over here. Between the 60 degrees of angle. If you want to change the angle, you can also change the angle. No issues with that. Okay, if you want to modify any value between this, you can also, like if you want to change the integer also, you can change the integer also. Like select. And here edit group, manually you can place. Like if you want to remove this object, so you can select and you can remove. Input with the option of finish. Can you see this is not in the group now? So manually you can delete the objects one by one as per the requirements. I'll repeat again to overcome the confusion. I have selected the object. I'm going with the array. So in the array, I'm going with the radial. So in the radial, go for the second option from here. What is the angle you want to specify? Angle between the object to object, something like 60 degrees. And I want to place the mirror point manually. From this point, I want to mirror. So what is the angle you want? Something like 60 degrees or 360 degrees. At what distance you want? Something like at 180 degrees, I want to rotate. Not accepting array. So go for the last. The angle is something like 60 degrees and is asking the items. Sorry, we haven't selected the place point. Select the object. I'll go with the circle again. I select the object. Now I'll go with the array. So in the array, okay, the group and associate is on. How many number of items you want? Something like 12 items I want with the last angle of 360 degrees and number of there is one more mistake over here. First, you have to provide the space point. So when you select, go for the array and specify the rotation angle first. So this is the rotation angle. The last number of items you want something like 6, and what is the angle? 360 degrees, for example. So you can see the objects has been placed along with the angle of 360 degrees, whatever the specific center point you have specified. So generally, to make dining rooms or dining table So we go with this. Following to Kritish. Okay, so we have got two options about it. One is to specify the angle between the object to object. One is to specify the overall angle. But before providing these two things, you have to provide the reference plane from where you want to rotate. So if you want to work manually without array, it will take much time. So to overcome that, better to go in this. So if you instead of 6, if you want to go with something like 12 also, you can go. So in one single click, it will make a copy in one single click. So as you can see here also, if you want to select the move second place array members as follows, click in the drawing area to indicate the starting point for measuring. Move the cursor to the desired distance between the members. As you can see from first point to the next point, like we have taken 25 feet. So as you move the cursor, a box is displayed to indicate the size of the elements. The box moves along snap points. A dimension display between the first click location and the cursor position. Click again to place the second member or type a dimension in present. You can go with linear dimensions for the temporary point of view. If you select move to last, if you're going to go with move to last option, so place array members as follow. First option is done over here. The first option was what? To go with the second option. Now we have got the last. So this is what is described over here. So click in the drawing area to indicate a starting point for measuring. Move the cursor to the desired location of the last array. Like you have taken something like 135 feet. So as you move the cursor, a box is displayed to indicate the size of the circle elements. The box moves along a snap point. A dimension displays between the first click location and the current cursor position. So click again to place the last number or specify a dimension, temporary dimension name to say, and again press the center. Always it is recommended to select the group and associate from the options bar so that you can able to modify the objects. Like instead of 6, if you want 4, you can easily change, or else it will get exploded. So it will be very difficult for you to modify. So always keep group and associate. Once it is finalized, you can break, no issues with that. So you can see the same example. One object is there, as it is in the group, you can specify the quantity. If you are going with radial, the same thing. From the element tab in the modify panel, go for the array, click radial. So from the desired options bar, select the linear option. So reposition the center of the rotation. Like I have taken the circle as a reference and I have placed the center point of the reference circle to rotate my object. Later on, you can delete that selected with the reference circle. So the array members will be placed around the arc measured from this point. Move the cursor to a position where the arc of the radial array will begin a line radius from the center of the rotation symbol to the cursor position. So click to position the first ray of rotation. When you are going to work with array for the rotate, please follow the points which is mentioned over here. Because without following the points, if you are going to work, it will be very difficult for you. And use the same example which I'm using in the class initially, because first we have to have a grip on the commands. Later on, we can able to work with the project. So if the cursor snaps while specifying the first ray, the snap line rotates along with the preview box. Like if you want to modify the quantity or the angle, you can specify from here. So move the cursor to place the second ray of rotation. Like in the AutoCAD also, we used to go with the first point and the second point by looking at the preview. The same is that we have over here. So you can able to provide the preview image also, and you can able to place. So click to place the second ray and finish the array. If you select it, move to second means what? A specific interval you are going to specify between the object to object. That is called as move to second. If you are going to specify move to last means, you are going to specify the overall angular path where you want to rotate. So equally, it will fit the object between the move to last object. And always it is recommended to select group and associate, because later on, once when you place an object, you can able to modify, like instead of 6, you can go with 8, or you can specify the angle as per the requirement. So this is what we have in the array. I hope it's very clear regarding this. If you have any queries, now you can please go through once. Following the notes while practicing is very, very important. If you don't follow the notes, it will be very difficult for you to work practically. The notes look theoretical, but everything is mentioned in the own sentences. So even if you read once, it will be very clear, hopefully. So next we have got the scale command, scale option over here. So in the scale, again, we are having two options. One is graphical, one is numerical. Graphical means what? Physically, we are going to mark that from this point to this point, you want to enlarge the object. Numerical means what? You are going to specify in terms of quantity. Like 0.5 times you want to increase, 1.5 times you want to decrease. That is what is a numerical option. So scale graphically. In graphical, pick 2 points to establish a relative scale factor. Do one of the following. Select the element to scale and click Modify Element tab, Modify Panel, press Enter. On the options bar, click Graphical. First, we are going with graphical option. So if you're going to go with graphical, so in the drawing area, click to set the origin. The origin is the point from which the size of the element will change. Move the cursor to define the first vector. Again, move the cursor again to define the second vector. That means this is the first point, this is the second point. So exactly with respect to half the time I decreased. Okay, divided by 2, it's almost 25 feet over here. So you can see the same option. I'll just delete this object. I'll draw a simple wall. Like in the example, we have got this wall. Yeah, I'll again mirror this object. In between, again, I'll draw a wall as a mediator. So now we have got this object. So what is the overall distance we are having for this object? So you can see in the quick axis toolbar, we have a detailed class for dimensions, but for the time being, you can go with the quick axis toolbar for a dimension. I'm selecting this point and this point. So how much we are getting? Something like 48 feet. So if you want to modify, you can, if you want to change, you can also change from there. Like 12 feet is a value here, 12 feet. If you want to increase, you can increase. But anyhow, right now we are going in a rough way. So I'm selecting this wall. After selecting this wall, I'll be going with the Modify Element tab. So in the Modify panel, we have got an option of the array. So sorry, the scale. So this is the scale. RE is a shortcut by default given by the Revit. So select this option. So now you can see in the options bar, we have got two. One is graphical, one is numerical. So I'm going with graphical. Graphical means what? This object from this point to this point, I want to decrease with some specific distance. Like how much? Something like a 35 feet or 45 feet. Can you see? So I'm going to place in this way. So that 48 feet wall, automatically from all the sides, it will scale to 35 feet. Automatically from all the sides. It doesn't mean that only from one side it will shrink. It will extract the object from all sides equally as per the composition of that object. Whereas if the same object, if you want to go with numerically, like this was the object, 48 feet 4 inches. So what I'll do, I'll just select the object. Okay, after selecting the object, when you go with the array scale option, so in the scale, we have got the numerical. So how much times you want to increase or decrease, like something like 0.5 times. So when you're going to select 0.5 and wherever you want to select on the object, you can select. So what is happening? Exactly 0.5 times it will decrease the size of that object. Exactly. Wherever you want, you can select that. So this is the difference what we have between the graphical and the numerical. Graphical means we have to provide the two pick points, first point and the second point. Numerical means you have to enter the value like 1.5 times you want to increase the size. 0.5 times you want to decrease the size. That is what the option we have over here. So when you're going with numerical option, so from the element tab, modify panel, on the options bar, select numerical, enter the scaling factor. Like 2 times if you want to increase, like 12 feet. Okay, 6 inches was the value. Now it has been increased to 25 feet. Exactly double it will do. So this is what we have in the scale. I hope it's very clear. I hope it's very clear over here. Any doubts for anyone, you can please clarify. So this split element is a separate category what we have. Better we will discuss this in next class. Trim split is of one category. These things we will discuss in the next class. Show graphical again. Okay. So you can see here. So this is the object what I have with me. So this object you want to scale, like you want to enlarge. If you want to go with graphical option, so I'll be going with the scale In the scale, in the options bar, can you see we have got the graphical? So graphical means this is the value of 24 feet, right? So you want to bring it down at a value of something like 50 feet. So first point I have selected, second point I have selected. Okay, now I am going to increase the size of this object. So you can see uniformly from all the sides, it is extending the dimension. You need how much? From 24 feet, you need to 50 feet. So manually, physically, you are showing the dimensions. That is called as graphical. If you want to go with numerical, like I'm going with scale. So in the numerical, you want to increase the same object with a value of 1.5 times. So 1.5, enter. Select the object. So I'm selecting somewhere at the midpoint. So what is happening? Exactly 1.5 times it has increased the size of that object. The next commands like split, trim, all these things we will see in the next class. But before that, Revit software is totally practical. In class, when I explain, everything will be clear. But when you practice on your own, you can able to understand how much you have followed. In class, when listening, it will be clear. But when you practice, it will be black. So you have to spare some time soon after the class. If you're planning to practice once in a week, I'm sorry to say that it is very difficult for you to understand. So daily soon after the class, if you practice, you will get the cards. So what is meant by split? Like in the AutoCAD, we are having a divide command. Here in the Revit, we are having a split option. The basic difference, what we have between the divide and the split is, divide, split, both are same. But in the split, we are having one more option called as split with gap. That means when it is going to divide, it will provide some offset distance. Like minimum, I can say as 1 inch. As per the theoretical point of view, I can say it is giving a value of something like 1/16 inch. In the imperial system, if you're working, or 0.16. That means this much amount of minimum value you have to enter whenever you're going to work with the gap option. So first thing, here you can see split element. So by using a split tool to divide elements into two separate parts, that means if you want to divide two blocks, like a wall, for example, or you can go with a line also. So we are going with split element option. Then again, we have split with gap. That means if you are going to provide some exact defined gap between the two walls, you are going to define the joint gap over here. Like here in my case, as an example, I have taken something like 6 inches. This is what the difference we have. So here is nothing but the split. If you're going with gap, you can also provide some gap also. It means it will break, it will provide some distance, like 6 inches, 1 inches, whatever you're going to provide. So please highlight this point, like 1/16 or 0.16 is the minimum value what you have to enter. If you're entering less than this, it will not work. This is the value what you have to enter. So please highlight these points, 1/16 and 0.16. So let's go with the plan for the example. So here you can see in the modify tab, we have got the modify panel, and here the top two things what we can see is a split element, and we have got split with gap. These two things we have got. So first, when you're going to select the split element, when you select this, you will be getting a direct option to break a wall. As you can see here, wherever you want to break, you can break the wall. Like when you are going to select this, what is happening? You are going to get an end mark over here. That means the complete one entity of wall has been divided into two blocks. This is one block for me, and this is one block for me. Right? We have got one more option in this, nothing but called as split with gap. That means if you want to divide with some offset distance, in that case, we go with split with gap. So when I'm going with this value, as you can see, he is asking me the joint gap value. Like I'm going with something like 6 inches. That means in the options bar, I have entered 6 inches as a distance value. So when you're going to select this, from the center of the selection, 3 inch offset on either side, it will divide. 3-inch offset on the either side, it will divide. Please make a note of this. It's very, very important. So whenever you're going to work with the parapet walls, or if you're going to provide any kind of balusters, so there we are going with this type of options: split with gap and only a split. Like in the AutoCAD, we have got the divide. It's very simple command, you can say. Next, we have got an option of joining walls. So this I'll be showing you along with an exercise. In the split, there is a continuation, okay, to provide a split with gap option. So this, as well as the unjoining option, these two things I'll be providing you along with an exercise. Hopefully in after 3 or 4 classes. Okay, once when we have done with the chapter 3 and chapter 4, okay, when we start the exercises, there I'll be showing you these two options. So for that, for time being, just keep this as hold. Yeah, Mr. Pritesh.
I want to know, suppose if you have if you want to make it less than 0.16 in your case, then what do you do then if you have that situation?
You have to draw two.
Everything, okay.
Separately, you have to draw. Like I'm going to draw a line, a wall. So I'm going to draw a wall from here to here. So at whatever distance, like you want to draw another wall with some specific distance. So what I do is, I'll go with an offset. I'll provide one model line which is less than 0.16 mm from here to here. This is only a reference.
Yeah.
Why I have taken this? Because I want some median between the two walls, a gap between the two walls. So again, I'm going to select the wall. From any point of view, you can able to sketch this, whichever point. So can you see we have got a gap? But anyhow, it is automatically getting attached. Less than this, it will attach.
The mirror also should work, right?
You can go with mirror also. Yes. You can go with mirror. Mirror also. Like, let's check with mirror also. Mirror pick axis. Yeah, here you can see. Can you see this is a separate wall and this is a separate wall? Two walls are separate. And when you open the 3D view, you can see very clearly. This is a separate wall and this is a separate wall. If you want to open any elevation view from where you can able to see that, so you can see that also. On the north side, we got this view. On the east side, it's not visible at all. In the west side, mostly. Yeah, here you can see. It's not visible. Let's make a sketch option. It is moving, but it is not making any kind of impact on the plane.
Yeah.
Like you can see, it's moving.
Correct.
We have got one more option of disjoint. So you have to disjoin the wall and you can see. Can you see a gap over here? I have taken 0.1 inch over here. Initially, it will be into the allow option as we are pending with this topic. So how to provide, okay, the joining gap, this side, as well as how to go with unjoining gap. These two things I'll be explaining you along with the exercise. Timing, you can see, you have to take one reference line. Taking that as reference line, we can make a gap between the two walls. If it is less than some specific value. Next, we have got the trim. So these are all the modified commands only. So what is meant by trim? Removing unwanted edges or corners is called as trim. Removing unwanted edges or the corner is called as trim. Here in the trim, basically we are having 3 options. Same like in the AutoCAD also we are having some options now. So those options are a replica over here. So by using the trim and extend tool to trim or extend one or more element, that means being in trim, you can also extend the line to a boundary or a reference line, what you're going to specify. We can also extend non-parallel elements also, means the lines which are horizontal or vertical or which are not facing to each other. Those are called as non-parallel lines from a corner, or trim them to form a corner if they intersect. If you want any kind of right angle bend of 90 degrees, we can also go with trim. So when you select an element to be trimmed, the cursor position indicates the part of the element to retain. You can use these tools with walls, line, etc. So this command, nothing but the trim option, is applicable only for the walls and lines. Please make a note of this. Even for some other parts also, like when you're going with electrical wiring, when you're going with HVAC ducts and trims, there also you can use, no issues with that. But as architect point of view, we are going to use in these two areas, for the walls as well as for the lines. So first option what we have is trim or extend to corner. This is the first option what we have. So if you want, like you have got one reference line and this is the other point where you want exactly a 90 degrees of angle. So in that case, we are going with trim or extend to corner, means we are going to remove the unwanted and we are going to extend the corner part so that this looks something like this. This is called as trim extend to corner. Next, we have got trim or extend single element. That means you want the extended part also, and you want the same line which you want to extend to the reference point. So this is called as trim or extend single element. Again, the third one, what we have called as trim or extend multiple elements. Like here we have got the single. In the next case, we are having some multiple. Like this is the reference wall. So all this wall I want to extend till here. So in this case, we go with trim or extend to multiple elements. So it's very simple to understand. So first thing here is what? It helps to trim or extend two selected elements to a corner. Go for the modify tab, modify panel and go for the trim. Select each of the elements. When selecting an element that needs to be trimmed to form the corner, make sure you click the part of the element to be written figure 16. Like here you can see I'm drawing a simple wall. And I got a portion something like this. I'll draw a simple line. So when you are going with the trim option, so go for the modify. In the modify panel, you can see we have got three things. One is trim or extend to corner. The next we have got trim or extend single element. The third one what we have got is trim or extend multiple elements. So this is the first option what we go. That means you want these two lines, these two walls to get in 90 degrees bend. So you are going to select this one and this one. So what is happening? It will remove the unwanted part. It will extend, okay, till the end point. So which gives you a 90 degrees of angle. This is called as trim or extend. Again, you can see, okay, we have got the next option for the single element. Like I'm going to draw a wall. I'm going to draw a wall from here to here. So this wall I want to extend till here. So I'll be going with the second option. So you can see trim or extend single element. So first what you have to do, you have to provide the reference plane. This is the reference plane. And this wall I want to extend till here. Okay, this wall. This is the single option. If you're having multiple, like what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this. I'm going with some copy option. I'm copying this for some multiple times. I'll just provide a gap first. Yeah, I'll copy now. So go for the copy from here to here. Again, I'll go with the copy from this point to this point. So these three walls or n number of walls you want to extend till this point. So we are going with trim with multiple option. So here you can see trim or extend multiple elements. So now I'm going to select this and I'm going to select the wall. So what is happening? All the lines are getting selected. All the lines are getting selected over here. Following? In the same case, we have got one more option over here. Like if I'm going with the wall architectural over here. So I want to remove the lines from between. I want to remove all these lines from between. So I'll be going with trim or extend multiple option. So I'll select this line, trim or extend multiple element, select this. Or you can select the two things. I'll be going with multiple option. So this is the first part and I'll select this. So what is happening? Whatever the unwanted lines which you want to remove, we can remove. So being in trim, you can extend also. Being in trim, you can remove the unwanted parts also, whichever you want. Like the next option, what we have in the trim is, for example, I'm selecting this. You want to remove this. So whichever point you want, you can remove either of the sides. If you're selecting this side and if you're going to select this, what is happening? The walls which are on the either sides will get deleted. Opposite side. I'll repeat again. For example, I'm going with a normal line. I'll go with some multiple lines over here. So select, go for the copy option. Okay, I'll be going with copy with multiple to be enabled because I want multiple copies. This line I'll extend a bit. Now what I'm going to do, I will extend these lines being into multiple option, the last one. So you can select this and you can extend. This is one option what we have. The next option what I want to show is, for example, this line is there and being in copy and multiple. So I need these three portions. I've got this. So I want the unwanted lines to be removed from here. So what I do is I'll be going with trim extend to multiple. I'll select this line and I'll select the portion which I want to keep and which I want to remove. Whichever you want to remove, that should be unselected. And which you want to keep, that should be selected. Vice versa. I repeat again, I'll be going with multiple option from here. I'll select this line. I want to remove which area? I want to remove this area. So what I will do, I'll select the adjacent side. So what is happening? Whatever the unwanted part which you want to remove, that has to be selected. Whatever the reference line you are selecting based upon that. So being in trim, you can go with the extend also. Being in trim, you can go with single also. Being in trim, you can go with multiple extend or multiple trim also. These are the three options what we have over here. The next option, what I told you, trim or extend single element. That means if you want to remove one line or if you want to extend one line. So it helps to remove or extend one element to a boundary defined by other element. Go for the modify tab, modify panel, click trim or extend single element. Select the reference to use as a boundary. Like I have taken one side of the wall, I have taken a model line. So then select the element to trim or extend. If this element crosses the boundary or projection, the part that you click is retained. So you can please highlight this. Whichever reference line you are selecting and whichever part you are selecting, what is happening? The either of that will be removed and whatever you have selected will be retained. So the part on the other side of the boundary is trimmed over here. So please highlight this point. It's very, very important for the single option. When you go with the multiple option, the same concept, go for the modify tab, modify panel, select trim or extend multiple element, select the reference to use as a boundary. Okay, then select each of the element to trim or extend. By one click also you can extend. For any element that crosses the boundary, the part that you click is retained. The part on the other side of the boundary is stripped. So please highlight the complete third point over here. The first point and the third point you have to highlight so that you can able to practice very easily. This is very, very important. So for the align, it's only to understand here. We don't have the step-by-step procedure to work for the align options. So why use align? To adjust any object, to fit any object between the two endpoints is called as align. So use the align tool to align one or more elements with a selected element. This tool is generally used to align walls and lines. So at architecture point of view, we are going to use this only for the wall and align. Like in the AutoCAD, we can go with for the doors and windows also. But here for the doors and windows, we have to go with instance properties or the type properties. But for the walls and lines, you can go with the align option, but it can be used with other types of element as well. That is not with architect service. This is for the other services. So I'll be going with an example over here. Like I'll draw one wall. I will draw one wall over here. So this wall, I want to place exactly between these two endpoints. This wall, I want to place exactly in between these two because the dimensions are different. Here we are having some dimensions and the boundaries of these dimensions are different. So what I do, I'll be going with modify. And in the modify, you can see you'll be finding the option of align. You can see this is the align option. AL is the short. So he will be asking you, okay, prefer what center line or the entire surface. So whichever you want, you can select. Generally, we are going to sketch the line, okay, the wall with the help of the wall faces, finish face interior. So if you want from the center line also, you can select, okay, I'm going with wall faces, entire surface we want. And so this wall, I want to place till here. And this wall, I want to place till here. Following? So what is happening? Now this wall has been moved. So exactly as per this wall dimension, it has been aligned now. Now you have to drag, move, and place. You have to drag, move, and place. Whatever you want. So when I'm selecting this and when I'm going with move option, so what is happening, you can see. So I'm placing exactly from here to there. So exactly it will fit between those two endpoints. So this command is applicable only for the wall as well as for the line only, not for any other thing. Like in the AutoCAD, we will go with for the doors and windows also. But here we are going with only for the walls and the lines. Following everyone? I repeat again. For example, this wall is of some dimension. And I want to fit this wall between these two walls. So what I do, I'll be going with modify. In the modify panel, you can see we have got the align option. So here you will be getting with an options like wall faces or the entire face. So as per your understanding, you can select. I'm going with wall surfaces and the entire surface. So select this as the first point and select this as a second point. Select this as a first point, select this as a third point. So what is happening? Exactly it has been aligned. This wall exactly has been aligned. Now you can able to fit this object in between these two things. I hope it's very clear regarding the align. I hope it's very, very clear regarding the align option. Next, we are having the offset. So remember that when you go with offset, there is a small difference between the copy and offset in the Revit. When you go with wall, we have got an offset option and we have got a normal offset option. Here, as you can see here, we have got an offset, right? But when you are going with the wall option, like when you are going with wall, so by default, here you will be getting an offset option. So there is a difference between these two things. This offset, if you are selecting in the wall, it will never consider the wall thickness. The other offset, which is in your modify option, this will consider your wall thickness. Whenever we are going to mark any plan, so we are going to get the dimensions from the inner side of the face of the wall. So when you are going to work with wall, use the wall offset option. Don't go for this offset. Make sure about this. There is a difference because wall will have certain amount of thickness, like 9 inches, 4 inches. When you are going with normal line, you can go with this offset. Following everyone? So I'll be going with the offset. So here you can see we have got two things. One is graphical, one is numerical. The same like the scale command as we have seen. Graphical means what? You have to select the 2 points. Numerical means you have to enter the value like after 1 feet, 2 feet. Okay, at what distance? Like I'll be going with numerical. So 1 feet is the value. So copy has to be enabled. So I'll be selecting this wall. So what is happening? Exactly with respect to this, it has been an offsetted and a copy with a distance of 1 feet. The same thing you can see for the horizontal line also. I'm going with offset for the 1 feet. So select the line, you can see you have got the offset. So if you're going to keep at the upside, it will be at the upside offset. If you're going to keep at the bottom side, it will be at the downside offset. Based upon the cursor position, it will make an offset. Again, in the same offset, as we can see, we have got the graphical option. That means you have to provide some distance value. Like this wall, you want to mark till this distance. I don't know, randomly I'm selecting. So select this and actually, yeah. So select this, I'll be going with graphical option. So from this point to this point, now you want this line to be offsetted. So you can specify the point. So as per your distance, graphically what you want, you can able to provide. But in the Revit, we generally won't go with the offset. Okay, we go with the temporary dimensions only. These temporary dimensions will really help to modify your complete plan. Either if you go with copy or if you go with the offset, it will take time taking. So better always to get habituated to work with the temporary dimensions. So if you want to increase the length, whatever you want, you can select. Like if you want something like 9 feet, you can enter manually the 9 feet. So it will go. This is the best option. So why we use the offset? To make a replica. So use the offset tool or copy or move a selected model line, detail line, or a wall. So for these three things, generally we go with the offset option. So here we have to specify the particular distance. So you can apply the tool to single element or to chain of element belonging to the same family. The following restrictions apply to the offset tool. You can offset line walls in their own work planes only. What does this mean? Like whenever you're going to work with the floor plan, it will work only with the floor plan only. Like you're working with level 1. So the walls of level 1 should be visible. Like if you want to modify anything in the level 3, if you're opening the level 1, it won't be visible. The lines may be visible. You can go with the view settings and you can make it visible. But whichever work plane or whichever floor plan where you are working, if you're going to keep it enabled, there only it will work. So for example, if you sketch a model line whose work plane is set to floor plan, like something like level 1, any name you can give. So you can offset the line only in the plan view plane. Like we are into floor plan. Floor plan is what? Viewing from top. So it will be a 2D plan. So you cannot offset the walls created as in place families. So later on, I will show you what is in place family. So to offset an element or to copy an element, so click modify tab, modify panel, select offset. So we have got two things. One is graphical and numerical. Graphical means we have to mark the points. Numerical means you have to enter the value, like something like 2 feet, 3 inches, whatever you want, you can specify. Okay, so whatever the specified offset distance you are entering numerically, a preview line displays. Like if you're going to keep at the bottom side, the offset will be at the bottom side. If you're going to keep the cursor at the top side, it will make an offset at the top side. So as per the cursor position, it will make a offset. So move the cursor as necessary to display the preview line at a desired offset position and click to move or change to that position or to place a copy here. Alternatively, if you select the graphic option, so click to select the highlighted elements and then drag it to the desired distance and click again. After you start the drag and missing dimensions and you enter a specific offset distance. So please follow the theoretical part. It's very, very important. So this is the best option what we have in the offset. I hope it's very clear. Next, you can see we have got the pin. The name itself indicates it's like a attachment, I can say. If you're going to keep this, so in the AutoCAD, as we have got the lock option in the layer, so the same function we have here. So if you are going to provide a pin to any object or to any panel, so what happens is those objects or the panels cannot be modified. This is the best thing what we have. So whenever you're going to provide a pin, if you want to delete, what happens? It will give you the warning message showing that this element is pinned. So we are going to get a push pin icon. So if you want to keep, it has to be enabled. If you want to remove, it has to be disabled. So to prevent the movement of an element, generally we will go with pin. Like if you if you want to be very specific with your coordinates or with the location of the object, so we have to pin an object. So go for the element tab, modify panel, pin, and then press enter. So you can select this one. And if you want to unpin, like we have got lock, unlock now in the AutoCAD in the layers, so same option we have got. So select the wall, go for the unpin option or unpin option from the same modify element tab, it will set for you. So you can see the same thing. I want this wall. As you can see, when you're going to select the wall, and if you're going to delete, automatically it will go. So what I am doing is I am selecting this wall. I'm going with modify, and here you can see in the modify, you can able to see the option of pin. Okay, now it has been disabled. Yeah, pin. This is unpin and this is pin. Can you see? So first I'll select the wall. I'll be going with pin option. So what is happening? Now you've got the pin. It will not be on the workbench. When you're going to select the wall only, it will get enabled. If you're going to delete this, what will happen? It will give you a warning message showing that this selected object is pinned. You cannot delete. You cannot delete. Like for example, if you want to go with move, or if you want to go with another option also, it will not accept. So if you want to work with these kind of objects, what you have to do is first you have to unpin this. So select this one and go for the unpin option from here. So now it has been unpinned. Now as per your requirements, you can modify. You can move, you can delete, you can extract, you can drag, whatever you want you can do. So this is a simple option what we have in the pin and unpin. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this. If you have any queries, now you can please let me know. Please go through once what we have discussed. Then show how to pin again. Yeah. So here you can see these walls, you want to make it as a pin. Like in the AutoCAD, we have got the lock option. So I'll be selecting these walls, and here in the modify element tab in the modify panel, we have got the option of pin. So what is happening? All the walls has been pinned now. Now, if you're going to select any of the walls or all the walls, if you're going to press delete, so it won't delete. So it will give you the warning message showing that these walls are pinned. So even if you want to move also, it will not accept because it has locked its coordinates, the positions, everything. So you cannot even move. So if you want to work with these kind of objects, it's very simple to unpin, select the wall which are pinned and go for the option of unpin from here. Go for the option of unpin from here. Now, whatever you want, you can do. If you want, you can move, delete, copy, whatever you want, you can do. So next you can see, we are going with the components. The first thing what we are going to understand here is door. All the things which are with respect to a modify are done now. You can see we have done with the align, we have done with the move, copy, offset, mirror, rotate, trim. We have seen the array, we have seen the split, we have seen the scale, pin, unpin, and this is a delete option. So all the modify commands are done. So now we are going to go with the command, nothing but the door component. So in the architectural tab, as you can see in the build panel, we have got the door or we have got the window. So these are the two things what we are going to see now. So in the Revit, doors are hosted components. As I told you from the first class also that we have got different types of components. So doors are actually the hosted components that we are going to add to any type of wall. It can be a basic wall, it can be a stack wall, or it can be a curtain wall. So doors can be added in plan, section, elevation, or 3D views. Please highlight this point. Doors can be added to any view as per your system requirements or as per your product requirements. So you select the type of door to add and then specify its location on the wall. So Revit automatically cuts the opening and places the door. Like in the AutoCAD, first, when you want to place a door, we have to make an opening and then we have to place. But in the Revit, nothing like this. Automatically, when you're going to place the door, it will make an opening. It will provide you a 3D effect. The same thing for the windows also. These windows are also the hosted components that you can add to any type of wall. And for the windows, we have an option to attach for the roof also, which is called as a skylight, which is used for the ducts, for the ventilation point of view. And the window can also be added in the plan section, elevation, or the 3D view. So you can see here. Generally for the plans, in the plan, we will add because of the proper coordinates and the position. We can add the same thing in the elevation also. Now how to add, okay, the doors and windows. Open any project or open with a normal template, the default template which is given by the Revit. So select the door tool from the architectural tab or the home tab. So click load family to load the door type from the library. By default, if the library has been installed directly, it will take to the directory. If not, you have to provide the path. So you have installed the library like US metric, UK, or you can go with India. Okay, we have got China, different countries we have. So whichever library you have installed, you can select this. So select any door. We have got some number of doors. So you can select any door. In my case, I have taken the double panel as a name of the type of door. So create a new door type. Always remember that the default library which is given, you should never use that. Make a duplicate, even for the wall, for door, for windows, anything. never disturb the main library which is being given. So always go with a new thing. So for my understanding, I have given a name as D 3 feet 6 inches by 7 feet. The first value will always be the x-axis. The second value will be the y-axis. Click here OK. So once when you click here OK, now you have to define the door properties, like what is the width, what is the height, everything you have to specify. So these are the values what I have given. Then now you can able to place in the plan with the help of the reference dimensions or the temporary dimensions or the listing dimensions. I can say you can able to place the door. So when you are going to place the door, we have got some orientations, like whether you want to move on right, whether you want to move from the right side or left side, from the inner side, from the outside, whichever position you want, you can select and you can place. And if you want to lock your door, we have got the option of the temporary dimensions to become the main dimensions. So select the dimensions, go for the lockout. So whichever door you want, like if you want to go with any other door, so again go for the duplicate option, enter the door option. In the property box, go with the width and height. Initially go with these two options, like don't change any other options. We have got some other properties also, and you can able to place the door. If you want to change the orientation, like instead of from the outside, if you want to keep it inside, just press the space bar, or you can go with flip icon option. These are called as flip icon. The arrow key is what you can see. If you select this, automatically it will tilt. From the temporary dimensions also, you can able to move. The same thing we have got for the windows also. So from the architecture tab, select the window. So load the windows from the library. Duplicate the window. Whatever the component you are selecting, can be door or window, always duplicate. Provide your own name, like I have given a name of W as initial, 4 feet by 4 feet as dimension. Provide the sill height, means the window will not be on the finished floor level. From the finished floor level, we are going to raise a wall of 3 feet minimum. Then again, we are going to place the wall. Then again, only we are going to place the window. So add the windows as shown below. So these are the minimum properties what you have to specify. Again, you can place it over here. Following, so you can see the same thing now. Like I want to place a door or window with respect to this wall. So what I do, I'll be going with the architecture tab. In the architecture tab, can you see we have got the door option. So in the properties, can you see by default, few doors have been created as a reference for this project. If you want to create your own door, so go for the edit type, follow your notes. So here you'll be getting a type property. So from the type property, you have to select, go for the load option, from here. Wherever you have installed, whichever path, like in the C drive, D drive, whichever version you have selected, select that one. So we will get some specific types of door from here. Like I'll go with door single panel .rfa is the extension. So click here, open. So in this door, we have got some different categories. So select any one as a reference. So click here, OK. So it is updating the model because previously I've installed the 18 version. So it is updating the library. Now it has been updated. So these are the dimensions what you have to modify. Don't go for the construction materials or any kind of effects. So width of the door, I need something like 3 feet. And the height of the door, I need something like 7 feet. Okay, the thickness of the door, all these things we can discuss later, all these parameters. So initially don't go for all these things. So click here, apply, and click here, OK. But there is a mistake over here. If you are going to work in this way, what happens? It may affect your main library of door single panel. So what I told you, go with duplicate option. So go for the architecture tab, go for the door. So in the edit type, select the option of duplicate first. Already we have selected the door, single flush the door selected. So I'll go with the name of door, something like 11 door. So select this one. I'll be providing the height of the door as 7 feet and the width of the door something like 3 feet. So click here, OK. Now what happens is this specific door, what you have created, this will be into your property palette, 11 door. Now wherever you want to place, you can place wherever you want. For example, randomly I'm placing at this side. Randomly I placed at this side. After placing this, you came to know that this is not exactly with the center. As you can see, it has created the wall. Okay, it has made an opening in the wall. Automatically it will place. So after placing, if you came to know that you have to change the orientation. So can you see the control over here? So when you select this, automatically it will go inside. When you're going to select this, automatically it will go with mirror. Following? So as per the requirements of the product, you can do. So if you want to drag this door with some offset distance, like you want something like it 6 inches, exactly from the 6 inches of the wall you want to drag. But this dimension is from the center. So what is happening? The door has been getting inserted with the middle of the wall. So select the door and change the dimension. So I'll select this one. I'll go with something like 3 feet. So what is happening? From the center of the wall to the center of the door, the dimensions what it is marking is 3 feet. You can change this. You can provide from the wall faces also, or you can go with the door face also. Later on, I'll show you how to edit these temporary dimensions. If you want to keep this temporary dimensions permanently, so what you have to do? You have to select the symbol of the dimension. So automatically it will become permanent. This is a simple option what we have in the Revit. I repeat again, go for the architectural tab, go for the door. In the door, go for the edit type. Select the library. So I'm selecting a type of door of something like, okay, you can select anything. Like I've selected double flush panel.rfa. So click here, open. So different categories are there. I'm selecting this as a type. So click here, okay. Then afterwards, go for the duplicate, because we are going to make a duplicate of this without disturbing. So I'll give a name. I'll give a name as something like 1A-door. Click here, okay. So width of the door is something like 5 feet. Again, the height of the door I want something like 7 feet. So click here, apply, click here, okay. So the door which we have just now modified, it will be into your property palette, 1A door. Now wherever you want to place, you can place. Like you want to place this door somewhere at this side of the wall. So you can place. Right click, cancel, right click, cancel. If you want to change the position, so you can select this flip. So wherever you want to move, you can move and you can place from whichever side. If you want to change the temporary dimensions, you can also change. Like you want something at a distance of 3 feet, for example. So you can move this door at a distance of 3 feet from the center of the wall to the center of the door. The same thing we have for the windows. So from the architecture tab, you can go with the window option. In the window, as you can see, go for the edit type. If you want to insert the library, go for the load. So from here, whichever door you want, you can select. Like I'm going to select the window category. Like windows is the category. So different types of windows are available over here. A huge library is defaultly given by the Revit. So you can select any type of window from here. You can select any type of window, whichever you want. So for practicing point of view, for example, I have taken something like double casement, okay, window. So I'll select open. So we have got different categories. I'm selecting this as one category. So in this, go with an option of duplicate first. So go for the duplicate from here. So in the duplicate, write a name as something like 1A-W1. I have given a name as 1A-W1. Click here, okay. Now provide the width of the window, something like 4 feet. The height of the window also, I want something like 4 feet. The sill height, everything we can also specify from the instance property. So click here, apply, click here, okay. So you can see 1A-W1 window is selected. Now, okay, sill height, nothing but from the finished floor level at what height you want to place, 3 feet. So wherever you want, you can place the window now. Like you want to place the window at this side, so you can place. If you want to place the window at this side, you can place. So right click, cancel, right click, cancel. If you want to keep it center, check the dimension, like exactly 10 feet, 1 inches, 10 feet, 1 inches exactly. The same thing at this side also, 7 feet, 9.5 inch, 7 feet, 9.5 inch over here. Again, here also, we are having the flip. If you want to open these two windows from the inside, you can select this. Automatically, it will go with inside. But generally, the windows has to open at the outside only. Following? So when you open the 3D, so you can see the windows over here. This is the door what we have placed just now. And when you're going to see from this side, you can see we have got the windows also. So that means when you're going to work in the plan, automatically it is upgrading the model in the 3D also, in the elevation views in the sections also. Okay, if you develop one view like a plan, automatically all other views like sections, elevations are created in a background. So this will really minimize the time. Following till the windows, if any doubts, you can please clarify. Anyone, please. It's very easy. Follow my notes. Everything will be very, very clear. I hope so, inshallah. Please go through once. Mirroring the image. Which image you want me to mirror? Mirroring. Actually, for the images, we have got the decal option. DECAL. That I'll show you in the later session. How to mirror any image. For the model, it's simple, the same option. Mirror will become totally inverse. So we have to go with decal option. So the next topic is tape measure. Like in AutoCAD, we have got the distance command. So here we are having the tape measure option. Tape measure and distance both are same. In AutoCAD, we used to call it as a distance. Here we are going to call it as a tape measure. It's a small topic, so this we will see in tomorrow's class along with some more exam. See, you have to practice on daily basis. Tomorrow, hopefully after the class, I'll be working with a small exercise. So please practice as much as possible. To go with the tape measure, you can write down in the brackets. It's nothing but a distance command as how we have in the AutoCAD. In the AutoCAD, we have got the distance command now. Same like that, here we are having the tape measure option. You don't find any kind of the distance option over here. The measure tool provides quick way to measure and temporarily display the display and angle from the horizontal. That means if you are going to use this command, you are going to get the length also, you can able to get the angle also. But this will be for the temporary point of view. So in the elevation view, you can use this tool to select only the ends of wall running perpendicular. Means only for the corner points only you can able to measure, not for the inner side. To display the height of the wall, etc. Like from the one floor to other floor, or from the first end of the wall to the second end of the wall. Those things you can able to measure in the elevation view. So how to work with this tape measure is, go for the modifier tab. In the measure panel, you will be finding the measure drop down. Then click either measure between two references or measure along an element. So you can see we have got two options. One is measure between two references, means you have to provide the first point and the second point. Measure along an element. That means when you select the wall, in one click itself, it will give you the complete length of the wall. That is the option what we have. So first, when you're going with measure between two reference. So if you want to measure the complete length of the wall, in that case, you have to provide the starting point and you have to provide the ending point. So you can see in the figure also, you have got the length along with an angle over here. This is what we have in the measure between two references. When you go with measure along an element, so what is happening is, if you're going to select the wall, the one side of the wall, automatically the end points, taking the reference as the end points, it will give you the dimension in one single click. Like in the AutoCAD, in the dimension align, we used to find this option. If you're going to go with dimension align, and if you're selecting an option, so in one click itself, it will give you the complete, the length of the wall. The same happens here also. We'll go with a new file. We'll be going with the architectural template. In this architectural template, I'll be going with the default template, which is given by the Autodesk. So now it has been opened. I'll be going with units. UN is the shortcut. So common is a practice what I recommend everyone. In the millimeters or feet and inches, wherever you want to work, you can work from here. I'm going with feet and fraction inches. Means like in the AutoCAD, we have got the architectural option. We have got two options in the AutoCAD. Now one is architectural, one is engineering. So in that case, we go with feet and fraction inches. Means it will give you the dimension something like 1 feet 1/2 inch, 1 feet 1/4 inch. It will be in fractions. So half inch is the overall rounding value what I'm selecting. Again, in the area, I'll be going with square feet. 1 decimal or 2 decimals you can select. SF is the symbol. And I'll be going with cubic feet over here. Cubic feet, 1 or 2 decimals, CF is the symbol. So click here, OK. Now, what I'm doing is I'm drawing a small plan. Roughly, I'm drawing without any kind of specific dimensions. So I'm going with wall architectural. I'm not going with any kind of wall property. So here you can see I'm going with a plan, you can say. For example, this is a basic concept, but just for the general understanding, I've drawn this. So what I told you is when you go for the modify tab, in the modify tab, can you see we have got the measure panel? In this measure panel, we have got two things. One is measure between two references and measure along an element. Measure between two references means you have to select the first point and the second point. I'm going with this measure between two references. Now you can see you have to select the first point and you have to select the second point. So what you can able to see, you have got the dimensions, right? So this is only for the one click, but if you want to be continuous in this option, just enable this, just enable the chain option. So what happens is now when you're going to sketch the dimension from here to here, we have got this. Again, you can see directly it is giving the dimensions in the complete row. Can you see? So this becomes very easy for us to read the surface area of the wall. So if the chain is enabled, you will be continuously into the command. Like we have got the dimension continue in the AutoCAD command. Only you have to select the second point, second point, second point. It is option what we have. So right click cancel, right click cancel. This is how we are going to quit from this option. If you are going with measure along an element, that means if you are going to select, okay, the one side of the wall, automatically it will give you the overall length of the wall. Like I'm selecting this, so it is giving from the center of the wall to the center of the wall. You can select the face of the wall also, but for that you have to go with some settings. Can you see in one click we have got the complete dimension. The same thing I'm selecting this one. So what is happening from the center of the wall to the center of the wall, we have got this dimension. Practically we will measure from the inner side of the wall to the inner side of the wall, but here it is selecting the complete length of the wall. So that is it is taking from the center of the wall to the center of the wall. So these are the two options what we have in the measure. So if you want to chain, you can select the chain. If you want to select the measure between two elements, so click escape to exit the current measure or click double escape to exit the tool, etc. So in this way, we are going to get the measure for the complete plan. It's very simple. You can write in the brackets simple as your distance command. Next, we have got the keyboard shortcuts. So as I told you in the last class also, that keyboard shortcuts are customizable. Just now we have framed the units. So what is the shortcut I have told you? That UN is the shortcut. Or if you are going to select any option from the panel, you can see you will get the shortcut. Like here, if you go with the wall. So what is the shortcut of this wall? WL is the shortcut. Can you see in the brackets after wall, it has mentioned as WL. That means if you type WL, automatically the wall option gets enabled. If you're going to select any other option, like I'm selecting the 3D view, or you can go with the section. So if it is nothing like in the bracket, that means the shortcut has not been assigned. So you can assign the shortcuts as per your requirements. As per your requirements, you can assign. The best example is something with the wall over here, or you can go with door. DR is a shortcut. Window, WN is a shortcut. Can you see? So these keyboard shortcuts we can assign, like in the AutoCAD, those are specific. So to improve the productivity, nothing but the speed I can say. So we are having the predefined keyboard shortcuts or adding your own keys combination. So if you want, you can able to customize. If you want, you can add also. And one tool can have multiple keyboard shortcuts. Sometimes we can add the same shortcut key to the multiple. So some keys are reserved, means we cannot change. By default, Revit has given some specific shortcut keys for some specific options that you cannot. So those are reserved. So how to add a keyboard shortcut to a tool? Use the following guideline. So a keyboard shortcut can consist of maximum 5 unique alphanumerical number. That means for the wall, WA, for example. So same like that, you can go with maximum of 5, not more than 5. 2 are enough. If you're going to type 5 again, it will make a confusion. It will take some time. And this 5 unique alphanumeric keys can be added with Control key, Shift key, and Alt key. Like generally to copy what we do, Control C, right? So same like that, if you want to go with any option, so you can take the help of Shift, Alt, and you can make a combination of this also. So if you are going to press Control, Shift, and D, this presses Control plus Shift plus D. It doesn't mean that you have to press the press key. Press is only for the representation point of view, only for the understanding point of view. Okay, if you're going to press control, then again the plus, then again the shift, it doesn't make any sense. This is only for the reading point of view. So if a keyboard shortcut includes alt, it must also include control or shift. So there is a condition, remember that. If you're going to use alt as a shortcut key, control or shift, either of the one, there should be a combination. But if you're going with control, there is no condition. Directly you can go with a letter. But if you're using alt, either you have to go with control, either you have to go with shift. So you cannot assign the reserved keys. As I told you, you can specify multiple keyboard shortcuts for each tool. So you can assign the same keyboard shortcut to multiple tools also, but it will make a confusion again. So when you're selecting, it will ask you which command you want, which option you want. To select the desired tool, when you execute the shortcut, use the status bar. In the status bar, it will give you the preview. So how to add the keyboard shortcuts and how to modify the keyboard shortcuts. So some of the tools in the Revit architecture have the shortcuts by default, except that tool. If you want to assign keyboard shortcut keys for the tools, go to the keyboard shortcuts. In the view tab, go for the window panel user interface drop down. It's very simple. Please highlight this. In the view tab, you can find the window panel. In this user interface drop down, go for the keyboard shortcuts. So you can see the same thing over here. Please mark it. Use a highlighter to highlight this point. In the keyboard shortcut dialog, locate the desired Revit tool or command to apply the shortkey for the default 3D view. Like I have taken the example of 3D view. If you want to add any kind of shortcut, you can go with this. Go for the view tab, select default 3D view command from the assign list. So you can select that 3D option and you can go for the assign. If you want to remove also, you can also remove also. For example, I have taken the shortcut as FN9. You can take small letter or you can go with uppercase letter. No issues with that. So just assign that value and click assign. So by default, when you're selecting the 3D option in the brackets, you can see we have got the shortcut key. So whichever key you want to specify, you can specify. It's very simple. So what I'm going is I'm going with the view. In this, you'll be going with the window panel. In the window panel, you can see we have got the user interface. In the user interface, you can see we have got the keyboard shortcuts, right? So when you select this one, a new window will open and here you can able to define. So you can see these are some hundreds of options. So by default, some of the keys are given, like for the selection box, BX is a shortcut given. So same like that, there are some shortcut keys which are reserved, like the color appearances will be changed for that. When you come down, you can see it's a very heavy file, I can say. So when you come down, you can see there are some hundreds of options over here. You can see these things are reserved, the color what you can see. Okay. So you cannot modify these things. Can you see it's slight gray color? So we cannot change this. Whereas for these things, you can modify whatever you want, you can modify from here. This is the option. So what I told you, I want to go with, okay, a command with respect to 3D. So you cannot search manually. So I'm typing it from the search. So if you are working with any specific discipline, select here. Like in the home tab, if there is anything which is starting with 3D, you can select. But I'm going with the complete Revit software. So which one, like 3D default view, you want to modify? Like there is no shortcut key. Like you want to give a key as what? FN9, for example. Function key 9, I'm typing here. So click here, assign. So what is happening is here you have got this shortcut. So when you click here, okay. And from the quick access toolbar, can you see when you're keeping on this, what is happening? FN9, can you see in the brackets? That means when you are typing FN9 in the keyboard, automatically it will open the 3D view. So these kind of keys you can customize, you can modify, maximum 5 letters, not more than that. No. We should not go with the enter key after entering the, words. After entering the numerical, directly when you type, automatically it will enter into the view. No need to enter the space bar or the enter key. Not required in the Revit. Automatically it will go. So in this way, you can able to modify. So once it is done, you can save and close the file. Now, if you want to remove the same option, just go for the view tab, Windows panel user interface drop down. So select the keyboard shortcut which you don't want to remove or which you want to remove. So select that one and you can remove. Now, if you want to import, like you were working with one PC, later on you came to know that you cannot able to work with those PC or the system. So you have to import because we, as per our requirements, we are going to customize, right? So you will be getting an XML file. So with the help of XML file, we can able to use the same shortcut keys what you used with any of your PCs or any of your version to your updated PC or to your updated version. But this keyboard shortcut keys or the import option is available only for more than 2010 version only, not less than this. The same thing you can see, go for the View tab, Windows panel, User Interface drop-down, keyboard shortcuts. In the keyboard shortcut, I'll click Import. If you're having any XML file where you have saved your shortcut keys, you can import directly so that same it will match it over here. So navigate to the desired keyboard shortcut. Like if you have saved it in your desktop, C drive, wherever it is, provide the path and you can save. And if you want to export, so if you want to export, it will give you the XML file. So with the help of this XML file, either you can make a hard copy or as your records, you can maintain it so that in the future you can use in any other PC. This is what we have over here. So you can see the same thing in the user interface. I'm going with keyboard shortcuts. So in the keyboard shortcuts, can you see you have got the two things. One is import and export. Import means if you want to import any shortcut keys with any specific other PC. So you will be finding an XML file. With the help of that, you can able to import. If you want to export, sometimes for the easier remembrance, what we do, we will make a hard copy. So on daily basis, we will memorize few so that it will minimize the time actually. So this is the simplest form, okay, how we have to play with the Revit shortcut keys. I hope it's very, very clear regarding this. Wherever it is, you can provide. Wherever it is, wherever the file is. If you want to export, you can also export also. So select the option of export. Like you want to export this on the desktop. It's okay. Export shortcuts.xml is a file format. So click here save and click here OK. So it will take some time actually, and you can see on the desktop. So here you can see. So you'll be getting a notepad file actually. With that, you can able to read. If you want to make a hard copy, you can make a hard copy also. You can see in this way it will be. So this is not the exact actually the software to open the XML file. So when you open exactly, the order will be same. The rows and columns, everything will be framed. So in this way, we are going to work with the shortcut keys. I hope regarding this shortcut keys is very, very easy and very, very clear for everybody. Any doubts, you can please clarify. So we have done with the chapter 3, but before going for chapter 4, we have to go with an exercise. So in the same book, the last topic what we have got is nothing but the exercises. So taking one as exercise, I'll be showing you the first task, but not with this version. Inshallah, in tomorrow's class, we will go with an exercise first. Then again, we will go with the chapter 4.